In December of 1944, the Ardennes exploded into movement and confusion. German armor pushed west through snow and fog, tearing a deep wound into the Allied front. Units were cut off. Supply lines were severed. Entire sectors vanished into uncertainty. It did not look like the final months of a victorious campaign. It looked like reversal. Far to the south, George S. Patton's Third Army was driving east, already committed to offensive operations toward Germany. Its momentum was forward, its logistics aligned for advance. Its formations extended along roads that had no expectation of turning back. Then the news arrived: Bastogne surrounded, the front collapsing, the enemy advancing faster than anyone had predicted. Patton did not respond with disbelief. He responded with motion. Within days, and the Third Army executed one of the most ambitious operational pivots of the war. Entire corps turned north in winter conditions, reversing orientation under combat pressure. Tens of thousands of men, thousands of vehicles, artillery batteries, fuel convoys, all redirected through frozen roads clogged with refugees, retreating units, and wreckage. Engines strained against cold. Columns moved day and night. This was not improvisation. It was preparation revealed. Patton had anticipated the possibility of a German counterstroke long before it erupted. Contingency plans existed. Staff officers worked through scenarios in advance. When crisis came, the shift was immediate because the thinking had already been done. The Third Army did not pause to reorganize perfectly. It moved while reorganizing. The road to Bastogne was not open. German roadblocks hardened key junctions. Villages became defensive strongpoints. Snow reduced visibility and slowed progress. Third Army units entered combat piecemeal, often before full concentration was achieved. Infantry fought through woods where every tree line concealed resistance. Tanks maneuvered along icy roads where mechanical failure was as dangerous as enemy fire. Speed mattered more than symmetry. The defenders in Bastogne did not need eventual relief. They needed it before collapse. Every mile the Third Army gained tightened the window between survival and disaster. Artillery was brought forward aggressively. Engineers cleared routes under fire. Commanders accepted risk because delay carried greater cost. When contact was finally made with the encircled garrison, it was not a dramatic sweep. It was pressure released. The siege did not end instantly, but the German timetable fractured. What had been a confident offensive began to bleed momentum. The Third Army did not stop at relief. It pivoted again, attacking the southern flank of the Bulge, compressing the German salient from below, while other forces pressed from the north. Winter did not ease. Temperatures remained brutal. Casualties mounted from combat and exposure alike. Fuel shortages forced prioritization. Yet the Third Army maintained operational tempo under conditions that punished movement at every turn. Patton's leadership during the Bulge was not defined by rhetoric alone. It was defined by execution. He trusted his subordinates to act quickly. He delegated aggressively. He demanded results, but understood that clarity under pressure was more important than perfection. The Third Army functioned not as a collection of units reacting to crisis, but as a force imposing structure on chaos. The Battle of the Bulge would eventually collapse inward, the German offensive exhausted and contained. But its outcome was shaped in no small part by the speed with which the Third Army shifted, attacked, and sustained pressure when hesitation might have allowed the front to unravel further. Patton's Third Army at the Battle of the Bulge represents more than a successful maneuver. It represents the power of readiness meeting surprise. It shows how preparation turns into velocity, how leadership under crisis becomes less about inspiration and more about decisive movement, how wars are often saved not by single dramatic moments, but by armies capable of changing direction without losing cohesion. This is the story of Patton's Third Army at the Battle of the Bulge, the pivot that cracked the siege, the pressure that bent the offensive, and the movement that restored balance in the frozen forests of Belgium. Before you go further, take a breath and notice your own pace right now. Are you listening while moving through your day, or have you found a still pocket of time? Is the light around you fading into evening or stretching into morning? Just take a second to register it. The Third Army moved through snow and urgency without pause. Let this story unfold at a pace that allows you to absorb it. The morning of December 8th, 1944, broke cold and overcast across the rolling hills of eastern France. In a nondescript headquarters building in the town of Nancy, officers of the United States Third Army gathered around maps that showed their divisions stretched across nearly 90 miles of front from the Saar River to the Moselle. To German reconnaissance pilots photographing American positions that week, these deployments appeared routine, even defensive, a tired army consolidating after months of bitter fighting. What those analysts could not see, and what their intelligence summaries failed to grasp, was that Lieutenant General George S. Patton had deliberately positioned his forces for rapid movement. While other Allied commanders settled into winter quarters, Patton's staff had spent weeks preparing contingency plans for operations their superiors considered unlikely, perhaps even paranoid. The Third Army occupied positions in Lorraine that military strategists would later recognize as perfectly positioned for a strategic pivot northward, though in early December, few beyond Patton's inner circle understood why such preparations mattered. The Third Army in December 1944 consisted of approximately 250,000 men organized into 6 full divisions, supported by corps-level artillery, armor, and engineering units that gave Patton exceptional striking power. These forces had been fighting almost continuously since breaking out of Normandy in early August, advancing across France faster than any American army in the European theater. Yet, by December, they had slowed against the heavily fortified German positions, protecting the industrial Saar region and the approaches to the Siegfried Line. The fighting had been costly. Third Army casualties since August exceeded 50,000 men, and the tactical situation appeared stalemated as winter weather grounded Allied air support and turned roads into rivers of mud. Supply lines stretched back hundreds of miles to the Channel ports, and ammunition shortages forced rationing of artillery shells. To most observers, the Third Army looked like it needed rest, reorganization, and replenishment before resuming major operations. Patton, however, had different ideas about what his army could accomplish. On December 12th, Patton convened a meeting at his headquarters that would prove far more consequential than its routine agenda suggested. He instructed his operations officer, Colonel Holly Maddox, and his chief of staff, Major General Hobart Gay, to develop detailed plans for a rapid redeployment northward. The order puzzled some staff officers, as no intelligence indicated any German offensive capability in the Ardennes sector to the north, where the American First Army held what was considered a quiet front. Patton explained his reasoning with characteristic bluntness. The Germans were not defeated. They still possessed reserves, and if they were going to counterattack anywhere, the weakly held Ardennes made logical sense. His staff prepared 3 separate contingency plans, codenamed after coins, nickel, dime, and quarter, each outlining different routes and objectives for a northward wheel by Third Army forces. These plans specified road assignments for every regiment, fuel requirements for every battalion, and coordination procedures for moving an entire army across icy winter roads while maintaining combat readiness. The attention to detail was extraordinary, though at the time, the planning seemed theoretical, an intellectual exercise for staff officers with too much time on their hands. At 5:30 in the morning on December 16th, the telephones at Third Army headquarters began ringing with fragmentary, confused reports from units 75 miles to the north. German forces were attacking in the Ardennes in strength. How much strength remained unclear, as communications with forward units had been disrupted. Throughout that day, as the scale of the German offensive became apparent, headquarters across the European theater descended into near panic. The Wehrmacht had achieved complete strategic surprise, as striking the thinly held American positions with 3 full armies comprising nearly 30 divisions. German armor had penetrated miles into American lines, surrounded entire units, and threatened to split the Allied front. Senior commanders scrambled to understand what was happening, to locate reserves, to develop responses to a crisis that seemed to materialize from nowhere. At Third Army headquarters, however, the response was notably different. Patton called his staff together and calmly announced that they should prepare to turn north and hit the German penetration in its southern flank. His operations officers pulled out the contingency plans they had prepared just days earlier. What seemed impossible to others appeared merely difficult to the Third Army staff. By December 17th, intelligence reports confirmed the gravity of the situation in the Ardennes. German forces had advanced up to 20 miles in some sectors, creating a massive bulge in the Allied lines that would give the battle its name. The American 101st Airborne Division and elements of other units were surrounded in the town of Bastogne, a critical road junction that controlled 7 highways radiating across the region. German commanders understood that controlling Bastogne was essential to their offensive success, and they committed substantial forces to capturing or isolating the town. Elsewhere, American units fought desperately to slow the German advance, often without clear orders or understanding of the larger situation. The Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight Eisenhower, now recognized that this was the greatest crisis the Western Allies had faced since the Normandy invasion. He summoned all senior commanders to an emergency conference, to be held the morning of December 19th in the French city of Verdun. Patton received the summons and told his staff to have those contingency plans ready. He suspected he would need them soon. The strategic situation that confronted Allied commanders on December 18th was genuinely alarming. German forces had opened a gap in the American lines approximately 50 miles wide and up to 25 miles deep in some sectors. 3 German armies, the 6th SS Panzer Army, the 5th Panzer Army, and the 7th Army, comprising roughly 400,000 men with hundreds of tanks, were driving westward toward the Meuse River and the critical supply port of Antwerp. If German forces reached the Meuse and then pushed on to Antwerp, they would cut the British and Canadian armies off from their supply base and potentially split the Allied front in half. American units were fighting stubbornly, but they were outnumbered and surprised, and in many sectors they were retreating or being overrun. The weather remained terrible. Heavy clouds prevented Allied air forces from intervening, eliminating the advantage that had been decisive in earlier campaigns. Senior American commanders faced the possibility that months of advances across France might be reversed, that a strategic defeat was unfolding despite Allied numerical superiority. Into this crisis, Patton would bring an army that was ready to move, if anyone would believe it could be done. The German success in achieving surprise reflected both good operational security and Allied intelligence failures. German forces had assembled in the Eifel forests opposite the Ardennes with remarkable stealth, moving at night, maintaining radio silence, and using terrain to mask their preparations. Allied intelligence officers had detected some German movement, but interpreted it as defensive repositioning or preparations for meeting expected American attacks. The Ardennes sector had been deliberately chosen as a quiet front, where depleted American divisions could rest and new divisions could gain combat experience without facing intense German opposition. This calculation made sense based on the terrain. The Ardennes was heavily forested, with narrow roads and limited mobility for armored forces, and on German capabilities as Allied intelligence understood them. The intelligence assessments concluded that Germany lacked the fuel, reserves, and offensive capability for major operations. These assessments were wrong. German forces had scraped together fuel supplies, mobilized the last substantial reserves, and gambled everything on one final offensive. The miscalculation by Allied intelligence created an opportunity for Patton's Third Army because the German plan had not accounted for the possibility that an entire American army could reorient and counterattack within 48 hours. Third Army divisions in Lorraine on December 18th were engaged in active combat operations against German forces defending the approaches to the Saar industrial region. But these operations would need to be suspended, defensive positions prepared, and entire units pulled from the line to participate in the northward movement. The logistics were staggering, moving more than 130,000 men with their weapons, vehicles, ammunition, and supplies across distances of 50 to 100 miles in winter conditions required levels of coordination that military planners normally allocated weeks to prepare. The road network was limited, with only 3 major routes available that could handle the volume of military traffic Patton intended to move. Ice and snow made road conditions treacherous, and many Third Army vehicles were not winterized for extreme cold. Fuel supplies would need to be repositioned, medical facilities relocated, and supply lines completely reoriented from east-facing to north-facing. Communications networks would have to be reconfigured. Artillery positions would be abandoned and new positions prepared. That any senior commander believed this could be accomplished in 2 days seemed optimistic to the point of delusion. That Patton had already planned for exactly this contingency was something his peers were about to discover. The evening of December 18th, Patton met privately with his corps commanders, Major General John Milliken of 3rd Corps, Major General Manton Eddy of 12th Corps, and Major General Walton Walker of 20th Corps, to outline what he intended to propose at Verdun. He told them to prepare for immediate movement northward with at least 3 divisions, possibly more. The corps commanders asked practical questions about logistics, about the units currently in combat, about the condition of the roads, about whether higher headquarters would even approve such an operation. Patton's answers were characteristically direct. The logistics had already been planned. Units would disengage according to prepared schedules. The roads would have to suffice, and he was confident that Eisenhower would approve because the Third Army was the only force positioned and prepared to counterattack immediately. He instructed each corps commander to alert their divisions to prepare for movement, but to maintain operational security. German intelligence should not learn that Third Army was about to disappear from the Lorraine front. That night, staff officers across Third Army headquarters worked through the details of movement schedules, fuel allocations, and route assignments. And what had been a contingency plan was becoming operational reality. On the morning of December 19th, as Patton prepared to leave for Verdun, the latest intelligence reports showed the German offensive continuing to expand. The situation at Bastogne was becoming critical, with the 101st Airborne completely surrounded and German forces tightening the ring. Elsewhere in the Ardennes, American forces had stabilized some sectors, but continued to give ground in others. The weather forecast offered no relief. Heavy clouds and freezing conditions were expected to continue for days, perhaps weeks. Patton's driver navigated the icy roads carefully as the general's convoy made its way north toward the meeting that would determine Third Army's role in the battle. Patton carried with him the 3 contingency plans his staff had prepared, each one specifying exactly how Third Army could pivot from its current operations to strike the southern flank of the German penetration. Whether Eisenhower and the other senior commanders would believe such an operation was feasible remained an open question. What was not in question was that Patton intended to convince them, and that behind him, an entire army was already preparing to move before the orders were officially given. The ghost army that German intelligence had dismissed as defensive and static was about to demonstrate what mobility really meant. The afternoon of August 1st, 1944, marked a transformation in American armored warfare that few observers recognized at the time. Near the French town of Avranches, now elements of General Patton's newly activated Third Army poured through a narrow gap in German lines that Operation Cobra had torn open days earlier. Within 72 hours, 8 divisions streamed through this corridor, fanning out across Brittany and southern Normandy, in an exploitation that moved faster than any American advance in the European campaign. The 4th Armored Division alone advanced over 60 miles in the first 2 days, racing ahead of supply lines and conventional military planning. To staff officers trained in methodical set-piece operations, this looked like reckless improvisation, a commander throwing caution aside in pursuit of headlines. In reality, Patton was establishing the operational template that would make Third Army's performance at the Bulge possible. He was teaching an army how to move at speeds that conventional wisdom considered impossible. The weeks following the Normandy breakout became an intensive course in mobile warfare for every unit in Third Army. Division commanders learned to think in terms of continuous movement rather than static positions, to measure progress in miles per day rather than yards per hour. Logistics officers discovered that supply dumps could move forward as fast as combat units if they abandoned traditional depot systems in favor of mobile stockpiles that leapfrogged along the advance routes. And tank crews found they could maintain combat readiness while covering distances that would have seemed impossible months earlier. The key was aggressive preventive maintenance rather than waiting for mechanical failures. Infantry units learned to ride on the backs of tanks and in commandeered trucks, conserving energy for fighting rather than marching. Communications officers developed procedures for maintaining contact during rapid movement, using radio networks instead of relying on telephone lines. These lessons were not taught in classrooms, but learned through daily experience as Third Army raced across France. By September, when the advance finally slowed due to fuel shortages and stiffening German resistance, Patton's divisions had internalized a culture of mobility that would prove decisive months later. The Third Army's dash across France established speed records, but it also exposed the strain that such operations placed on men and machines. By mid-September 1944, many units had advanced over 400 miles from their Normandy starting positions, fighting numerous engagements along the way and suffering steady casualties from both combat and exhaustion. Tanks and trucks broke down at rates that threatened to immobilize entire divisions. Mechanical wear from constant movement exceeded peacetime estimates by factors of 3 or 4. Soldiers went days without hot meals, sleeping in their vehicles or in hastily dug positions, living on combat rations designed for short-term use. The strain showed in the faces of veterans, in the maintenance logs of armored battalions, or in the requisition forms that logistics officers filed requesting replacement parts and vehicles. Yet, despite this wear, Third Army maintained its offensive capability. Patton insisted that every unit, no matter how exhausted, practice immediate readiness for renewed movement. This insistence seemed cruel to soldiers who desperately needed rest, but it established habits that would matter when the next crisis came. On September 22, 1944, Patton convened a staff conference that revealed his thinking about future operations. With Third Army now stalled along the Moselle River due to fuel shortages and German resistance, many commanders expected a pause for rest and refitting. Instead, Patton told his staff to begin planning for what he called directional flexibility, the ability to shift the Army's axis of advance by 90 degrees on short notice. His operations officers looked at him with barely concealed skepticism. Armies did not turn 90 degrees, they explained. The logistics alone would require weeks of planning. The coordination would overwhelm existing staff capabilities, and the soldiers were already exhausted from months of continuous combat. Patton listened to these objections and then stated flatly that Third Army would practice exactly such maneuvers because future operations might demand them. He ordered each corps to develop detailed plans for rapid reorientation, including specific road assignments, communications protocols, and supply arrangements. Its staff officers left the meeting shaking their heads, but they began the planning work because Patton's orders were not suggestions. October 1944 found Third Army engaged in grinding battles for the fortified city of Metz and the surrounding region. These were not the sweeping advances of August, but attritional struggles against prepared German defenses, fighting through rain and mud for gains measured in hundreds of yards. The combat was costly. Third Army casualties in October exceeded 10,000 men, and the tactical situation bore little resemblance to the mobile warfare that had characterized earlier operations. Yet even during these static battles, Patton insisted on maintaining mobility readiness. He ordered divisions to rotate units through exercises practicing rapid redeployment, all even while engaged in active combat operations. Battalion commanders found themselves pulling companies from the line to practice march discipline and movement coordination, then sending them back into combat. The practice seemed wasteful, an unnecessary burden on already exhausted troops. Division commanders complained through official channels that training time would be better spent on rest. Patton rejected every complaint. Third Army would maintain its mobility capability regardless of current tactical circumstances, he insisted. The muscle memory of rapid movement had to be preserved. By late October, the exercises began to produce measurable results that validated Patton's insistence. On October 28th, the 6th Armored Division executed a complete repositioning from the Moselle sector to new positions 45 miles south near Saarleitern. The movement, conducted during active operations while maintaining contact with German forces, required coordinating the displacement of over 10,000 men with their vehicles and equipment. Division planners estimated the move would take 4 to 5 days. It was completed in 63 hours, with all units reporting combat ready upon arrival. Similar exercises across Third Army demonstrated that divisions could now execute complex redeployments in timescales that conventional planning considered impossible. Logistics officers developed what they called rolling supply procedures. Instead of waiting for depots to be established in new areas, supply trucks moved in parallel with combat units, or delivering ammunition and fuel during the movement itself. This required new levels of coordination and risk. A supply truck breaking down could cause traffic jams affecting entire divisions, but it eliminated the traditional pause between movement and combat readiness. The final rehearsal came on November 30th, 1944, when Patton ordered a full-scale exercise simulating the rapid reorientation of Third Army from its current eastward orientation to a northward axis. The exercise involved 3 divisions, the 4th Armored, the 26th Infantry, and the 80th Infantry, plus supporting corps-level units, representing roughly 60,000 men and 7,000 vehicles. Division commanders received movement orders requiring them to disengage from current positions, yet march to assembly areas 50 to 75 miles north, and report combat ready within 48 hours. Staff officers at higher headquarters watched with interest, expecting the exercise to reveal the impossibility of Patton's concept. Instead, units executed their movements with precision that surprised even Third Army's own staff. The 4th Armored Division completed its reorientation in 26 hours. Traffic control points, staffed by military police who had practiced their procedures for weeks, kept vehicle columns moving despite icy roads and limited route options. Communications remained functional throughout, with division command posts maintaining contact with corps headquarters even while displacing. The exercise succeeded beyond what planners had considered achievable. After the November exercise, and Patton gathered his senior commanders to review lessons learned and codify procedures. The resulting operations manual specified exactly how Third Army would execute rapid reorientation if operational circumstances demanded it. Every regiment received detailed road assignments, not general routes but specific roads, with alternate routes identified in case of congestion or damage. Every battalion knew its position in the movement order, which units it would follow and which would follow it. Logistics units had pre-positioned supplies along likely movement corridors, establishing fuel and ammunition caches that could support operations, even if normal supply lines were disrupted. Maintenance procedures were refined to keep vehicle readiness rates as high as possible during extended movements. Communications protocols established how division command posts would maintain contact while mobile. The level of detail was extraordinary, treating a theoretical contingency with the seriousness of an imminent operation. Staff officers joked privately that Patton was preparing to fight a war that would never happen. The general's response, delivered at a December 5th meeting, was characteristically direct. Armies that prepare for unlikely contingencies survive crises that destroy those who prepare only for expected scenarios. On December 10th, 1944, Patton made an entry in his personal diary that would later be seen as prescient. He wrote that Third Army was the only truly mobile army in the European theater, capable of rapid reorientation that other formations could not match. He noted that if German forces attacked anywhere along the Allied front, Third Army could respond faster than any other formation. The entry was not public. Patton's diary was private, not meant for official record, but it revealed his assessment of what months of training and exercises had achieved. Whether this capability would ever be tested remained uncertain. The strategic situation in early December suggested that Germany lacked the strength for major offensive operations. Intelligence assessments indicated that German forces were depleted, that fuel shortages limited mobility, that the Wehrmacht was capable only of local counterattacks and defensive fighting. These assessments reflected the consensus view among Allied intelligence officers. They were about to be proven catastrophically wrong, and when they were, and Third Army's months of mobility training would be the only reason the Allied response succeeded. The morning of December 16th, when fragmentary reports of German attacks in the Ardennes began reaching Third Army headquarters, staff officers who had participated in the November exercise recognized immediately what Patton would order. The contingency plans were retrieved from files, road assignments were confirmed, and preliminary movement orders were drafted before Patton formally ordered them prepared. The months of what had seemed like excessive training, the exercises that exhausted already tired troops, the obsessive planning for scenarios that seemed unlikely, all of it was about to be tested against the greatest crisis the Western Allies faced in the European campaign. Third Army had rehearsed this moment repeatedly. Oh, now the rehearsal would become reality, and the entire Allied strategic position would depend on whether an army could actually move as fast as it had trained to move. The answer would determine whether the German offensive succeeded in splitting the Allied front, or whether it became a fatal overextension. Third Army's mobility training, the preparation that nobody outside Patton's command had noticed or valued, was about to become the most consequential factor in one of World War II's decisive battles. The city of Verdun carried historical weight that no military officer needed explained. 28 years earlier, French and German armies had fought a catastrophic battle across these same hills, a 10-month meat grinder that killed over 300,000 men for territorial gains measured in yards. On the cold morning of December 19, 1944, Verdun would host another historic meeting, though this one lasted hours rather than months, and was decided by strategy rather than attrition. General Dwight Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander, had summoned his senior ground commanders to an emergency conference in a French military barracks on Verdun's outskirts. The situation they would discuss represented the gravest crisis Allied forces had faced since the Normandy landing 6 months earlier. German armies had torn a massive gap in American lines, surrounded critical positions, and threatened to turn months of Allied advances into a strategic disaster. And the officers arriving at Verdun that morning understood that the decisions made in the next few hours would determine whether the war continued toward inevitable Allied victory or whether Germany could force a stalemate that extended the conflict for months, perhaps years. Eisenhower arrived early, his face showing the strain of 3 sleepless days managing a crisis that seemed to worsen with each intelligence update. With him came his deputy, British Air Chief Marshal Arthur Tedder, and General Omar Bradley, commander of the 12th Army Group, which included both 1st Army, currently bearing the brunt of the German offensive, and 3rd Army. Also present was British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, whose 21st Army Group held the Allied northern flank, and Lieutenant General Jacob Devers, whose 6th Army Group anchored the southern end of the Allied line. The senior officers gathered in an unheated stone building where cold seeped through the walls and breath condensed in clouds. Maps covered the walls showing the situation in the Ardennes, a massive German bulge extending over 20 miles into American lines at its deepest point, with arrows indicating continued attacks. The scope of the penetration was shocking even to commanders who had fought through North Africa, Sicily, and Normandy. This was not a local German counterattack, but a full-scale offensive employing 3 armies and hundreds of thousands of men. Eisenhower opened the meeting at 1100 hours with words that participants would remember for the rest of their lives. The present situation, he said, is to be regarded as one of opportunity for us and not of disaster. The room fell silent. Officers who had spent 3 days watching German forces shatter American divisions, who had seen reports of units surrounded or overrun, who understood how close German spearheads were coming to crossing the Meuse River, looked at Eisenhower with expressions mixing respect with skepticism. The Supreme Commander explained his reasoning. German forces had committed their last substantial reserves to an offensive that extended them far beyond their supply lines, concentrating forces that could now be attacked from multiple directions and potentially destroyed. This was not disaster, but opportunity, if Allied forces could contain the German advance and then counterattack effectively. The logic was sound, but it required forces capable of executing counterattacks quickly enough to trap German units before they withdrew. That meant rapid redeployment and aggressive action at a moment when most Allied units were struggling simply to stop German advances. The discussion turned to immediate measures needed to contain the German penetration. Montgomery argued for defensive consolidation, pulling American forces back to more defensible positions along the Meuse River, and allowing German forces to exhaust themselves against prepared defenses. This approach reflected standard military practice: defend in strength, let the attacker expend resources, counterattack only when conditions favored success. Bradley objected strenuously, arguing that giving up more ground would be disastrous for American morale and would allow German forces to reach objectives that would make Allied counterattacks extremely costly. The debate revealed tensions between commanders that had simmered throughout the Northwest Europe campaign, different national perspectives, different strategic philosophies, different levels of confidence in American fighting capabilities. Eisenhower listened to both positions, then stated that defensive consolidation alone was insufficient. The Allies needed offensive action to disrupt German plans, and they needed it immediately. The question became which Allied forces could attack, where, and how soon. Eisenhower turned to Patton, who had said little during the opening discussions, and asked the question that would define the meeting. When can you attack? George? The room's attention focused on the Third Army commander. Patton's response was immediate and precise. On December 22nd, with 3 divisions. The effect of his words was electric. Several officers laughed, not from amusement, but from disbelief. Montgomery's face showed open skepticism. Bradley, who knew Patton well, looked concerned that his subordinate was making promises he could not keep. The laughter and skepticism were understandable. Third Army was currently engaged in combat operations 75 miles south of the Ardennes, conducting attacks against German forces in the Saar region, reorienting an entire army by 90 degrees, moving divisions over winter roads, establishing new supply lines, and attacking within 72 hours violated everything that military planning considered feasible. Armies required weeks to prepare major offensives. Everyone in the room knew this. That Patton claimed he could attack in 3 days seemed like characteristic American bombast. Bradley voiced the room's collective doubt. "George," he said, "that's impossible. Nobody can move that fast in winter." The comment reflected not just skepticism about Patton's timeline, but deeper doubts about American military capability. British officers in particular believed American forces were brave but unsophisticated, capable of achieving results through material superiority, but lacking the planning discipline and tactical skill of more experienced armies. The idea that an American army could execute a 90-degree turn and attack within 72 hours seemed to confirm their view that American commanders promised more than they could deliver. Though Patton's response demonstrated why he had spent months preparing for exactly this scenario, he reached into his briefcase and pulled out 3 complete operational plans, each specifying how Third Army would disengage from current operations, move north, and attack the southern flank of the German penetration. The plans included detailed movement schedules, road assignments, corps boundaries, and attack objectives. They were not hasty sketches, but comprehensive operations orders ready for immediate implementation. Patton laid the 3 plans on the table and explained each one. The first plan, using 3rd Corps with the 4th Armored, 26th Infantry, and 80th Infantry Divisions, would strike toward Bastogne to relieve the surrounded 101st Airborne Division. The second plan employed the 12th Corps to attack further east, threatening German supply lines supporting the offensive. The third plan combined both approaches with a wider envelopment. Each plan specified the forces required, the routes they would use, the objectives they would secure, and the timeline for execution. The level of detail stunned the other commanders. Eisenhower asked how long these plans had been prepared. Patton admitted they had been developed weeks earlier as contingencies, refined through staff exercises, and updated as recently as December 12th. This revelation shifted the room's mood from skepticism to cautious optimism. If Third Army had actually prepared for rapid reorientation, if these were not improvised promises but planned operations, then perhaps Patton's timeline was achievable. Montgomery remained unconvinced, and his objections reflected legitimate concerns about logistics and coordination. Moving over 130,000 men with their vehicles and equipment 100 miles in winter conditions, then launching coordinated attacks against an enemy that had just demonstrated superior operational planning. This was extraordinarily risky. What if Third Army units bogged down in traffic jams on icy roads? What if German intelligence detected the movement and repositioned forces to meet the counterattack? What if the logistics failed and Third Army advanced without adequate ammunition or fuel? These were not theoretical problems, but realistic obstacles that could turn a bold plan into a disaster. Patton listened to the objections and then addressed each one systematically. Traffic control procedures were already prepared and tested. German intelligence was focused on their own offensive, not Allied movements to the south. Logistics arrangements included pre-positioned supplies and mobile distribution systems that would support operations even if normal supply chains were disrupted. His answers reflected months of detailed planning, not improvisation. Eisenhower made his decision. Third Army would execute the attack Patton proposed, using Third Corps to strike toward Bastogne, with the objective of relieving the surrounded garrison and cutting into the southern flank of the German penetration. The attack would commence on December 22nd, exactly as Patton had promised. Other measures would support this operation. Montgomery would take temporary command of American forces on the northern side of the Bulge, allowing him to coordinate defensive efforts and eventually prepare his own counteroffensive from the north. Additional American divisions would be rushed forward as reserves. But the immediate counterattack, the offensive action that would disrupt German planning and begin the process of crushing the penetration, would come from Third Army. Eisenhower's decision represented both confidence in Patton's capabilities and recognition that no other Allied force was positioned and prepared to attack within the necessary time frame. As the meeting concluded, Eisenhower pulled Patton aside for a private word. The Supreme Commander needed this attack to succeed, needed it strategically, needed it for Allied morale, needed it to validate his decision to counterattack rather than simply defend. Patton understood the weight being placed on his shoulders. The drive back to Third Army headquarters gave Patton time to contemplate what he had just committed to accomplish. His confidence at Verdun had been genuine. He believed Third Army could execute the reorientation and attack, but he also understood the immense challenges involved. His divisions were already tired from months of combat. The weather remained terrible, with freezing temperatures and icy roads. The German forces they would attack were not demoralized remnants, but elite units still full of fight. Casualties would be heavy. Logistics would be strained to breaking point. Communications would be difficult. 100 things could go wrong, and if they did, the consequences would be catastrophic not just for Third Army, but for the entire Allied position in Northwest Europe. Yet Patton had made a promise to Eisenhower, and behind him was an army that had spent months training for exactly this moment. The rehearsals would now face the ultimate test. Within hours, movement orders would be transmitted to every Third Army division. The impossible promise made at Verdun would become operational reality. An entire army would pivot 90 degrees and attack in 72 hours, or it would fail trying, and the outcome of World War II's largest battle hung in the balance. The clock struck 2200 hours on December 19th, 1944, in operation centers across Third Army's front in Lorraine. Staff officers opened sealed orders that had been prepared weeks earlier, updated in recent days, and now activated by a single code word transmitted from Army headquarters. Within minutes, telephone lines hummed with movement orders reaching division commanders, regimental headquarters, and battalion operations officers. The orders were precise. Specific units would disengage from current combat operations according to detailed schedules, assemble at designated points, and begin movement northward along assigned routes. The 4th Armored Division, positioned near Saarbrücken, would travel 75 miles to assembly areas south of Luxembourg City. The 26th Infantry Division, holding positions along the Saar River, would march 60 miles to positions west of the 4th Armored. The 80th Infantry Division would move from positions near Thionville to areas northeast of Luxembourg. Together, these 3 divisions represented over 45,000 men, 4,000 vehicles, and hundreds of artillery pieces that had to move through winter darkness over roads that intelligence reports described as icy and treacherous. The movement had to be completed within 48 hours, and every unit had to arrive combat-ready because German forces would not wait for Third Army to catch its breath. The first vehicles began rolling at 0300 hours on December 20th, 4 hours after orders were transmitted. The 4th Armored Division's lead elements departed from positions they had occupied for weeks, leaving behind defensive preparations and supply dumps that represented months of logistical effort. And tank engines that had been kept running to prevent freezing in sub-zero temperatures now powered the Shermans onto roads where ice formed faster than maintenance crews could scatter sand or ashes for traction. The division moved in 2 parallel columns to prevent a single breakdown from halting the entire formation. One column used the main highway through Saarbrücken, while the other followed secondary roads that were narrower but less likely to be congested. Each column stretched for miles, tanks interspersed with trucks carrying infantry, half-tracks loaded with ammunition, tank destroyers, self-propelled artillery, supply vehicles, maintenance teams, and medical units. The logistical coordination required to keep 10,000 vehicles moving without creating massive traffic jams tested every lesson Third Army had learned in months of mobility exercises. Military police manned every major intersection, directing traffic with flashlights and hand signals, maintaining movement despite darkness and freezing rain that began falling before dawn. By first light on December 20th, the scale of Third Army's movement became visible to anyone watching the roads of eastern France and Luxembourg. 3 divisions were simultaneously displacing northward, while maintaining enough security on their former positions to prevent German forces from detecting the withdrawal. Additional units from 12th Corps and 20th Corps shifted positions to cover the gaps left by departing divisions, executing a complex shell game that kept German intelligence confused about Allied dispositions. The road network strained under traffic that exceeded anything it had been designed to handle. Highways built for civilian use now carried continuous streams of military vehicles traveling bumper to bumper at speeds barely faster than walking pace. Breakdowns were inevitable. Trucks skidded on ice and blocked intersections. Tanks threw tracks on frozen roads and required field repairs that tied up entire columns. Supply vehicles ran out of fuel and had to be pushed to roadsides while traffic flowed around them. Yet the mobile maintenance teams that Patton had insisted on training proved their worth, conducting repairs that would normally require rear area depots right on the roadside, often in darkness, always in bitter cold. The weather on December 20th deteriorated from merely cold to genuinely dangerous. Freezing rain coated every surface with ice, turning roads into skating rinks where vehicles struggled for traction. Temperatures dropped to levels that threatened frostbite for any soldier exposed for more than minutes. Visibility decreased as fog rolled in during afternoon hours, reducing sight distances to yards and making vehicle operation hazardous. Under these conditions, movement speeds that planners had estimated at 15 to 20 miles per hour dropped to 5 or 6 miles per hour in some sectors. Division commanders watching their movement schedules slip worried that the 48-hour timeline Patton had promised at Verdun was slipping beyond reach. Yet the movement continued. These drivers who had been awake for 24 hours kept their hands on steering wheels, guiding trucks and tanks through conditions that would have justified halting all traffic. Infantry soldiers rode in open trucks, enduring cold that numbed fingers and faces, knowing that stopping meant arriving late, and that arriving late meant other soldiers would die, waiting for relief that never came. The most critical traffic control point in the entire movement was a 7-road intersection just outside Luxembourg City, where routes from all 3 divisions converged before splitting again toward their respective assembly areas. A single lieutenant from the military police, whose name was recorded in Third Army after-action reports as Lieutenant Raymond Johnson, commanded a detail responsible for keeping this intersection functioning. Johnson and his MPS had studied the movement plans, knew which units were supposed to pass through at what times, and understood that any significant delay here would cascade backward for miles. On the afternoon of December 20th, Johnson's intersection handled over 11,000 vehicles in an 18-hour period, 1 vehicle every 6 seconds on average, with multiple roads feeding into the junction simultaneously. The MPS used colored flashlights to identify which units had priority at any given moment, physically directing drivers when verbal instructions would not suffice, and maintaining order through a combination of preparation and improvisation that later analysis would identify as critical to the movement's success. When a tank transporter jackknifed at the intersection and threatened to block all traffic, Johnson's team had it pushed aside within 12 minutes, using another tank as a tow vehicle. The intersection never fully stopped. By the evening of December 20th, advance elements of all 3 divisions had reached their assembly areas, though the majority of forces remained strung out along the routes of march. Division commanders faced difficult decisions about whether to wait for their complete formations to arrive before reporting ready, or to declare readiness with partial forces and commit to attacking with whatever strength they had assembled. The pressures were immense. Patton expected divisions to be ready to attack on December 22nd, which meant they needed to be in position, reorganized, and prepared by the morning of the 21st at the latest. Yes, intelligence reports indicated that German forces were tightening their grip around Bastogne, and every hour of delay meant the surrounded garrison faced worse odds. Yet, attacking with incomplete divisions, with units still scattered along march routes and supplies not yet consolidated, risked failure that would doom the counteroffensive before it began. The 4th Armored Division's commander, Major General Hugh Gaffey, made the call that other division commanders would follow. His division would report combat ready when 75% of its strength had assembled, even if that meant attacking with reduced force. Speed mattered more than perfect organization. The final 12 miles of movement for many units occurred on foot. Then trucks that had carried infantry divisions north broke down in such numbers that maintenance teams could not keep pace with repairs. Rather than wait for vehicles to be fixed or for replacement trucks to arrive, battalion commanders ordered their men to dismount and march. The 26th Infantry Division, which had ridden vehicles for the first 50 miles of movement, walked the last dozen miles through darkness and freezing rain. Soldiers who had already been exhausted from weeks of combat now trudged through conditions that caused nearly 200 cases of frostbite before the division even reached its assembly area. Medical officers treated men whose feet had frozen inside their boots, whose fingers could not grip their rifles, whose faces showed the blank expression of extreme fatigue. Yet the division kept moving, and company commanders pushed their men forward with a combination of encouragement, example, and blunt necessity. Stopping meant freezing, and freezing meant dying, so the only option was to keep walking. By dawn on December 21st, the 26th Division reported to 3rd Corps headquarters that it had arrived at its assembly area and was ready for combat operations. The division had moved over 60 miles in 36 hours, and its soldiers had perhaps 12 hours to rest before they would attack German positions. The logistics miracle that supported Third Army's movement became fully apparent only when staff officers compiled statistics after the operation concluded. Over 133,000 soldiers had moved distances ranging from 50 to 100 miles. At 11,000 vehicles had navigated winter roads under conditions that civilian authorities would have closed to all traffic. 62,000 tons of supplies, ammunition, fuel, rations, medical equipment had been repositioned from depots facing east to depots facing north, or in many cases had simply been loaded onto trucks and moved with the combat units. The road network, which consisted of only 3 major routes capable of handling heavy military traffic, had processed this entire movement in 48 hours without suffering complete collapse. 823 vehicles had broken down or been damaged in accidents, which represented a failure rate of 7%, high by peacetime standards, but remarkably low given the conditions. Its maintenance teams had kept 94% of combat vehicles operational, despite weather that froze lubricants, cracked engine blocks, and made routine maintenance nearly impossible. The human cost of the movement appeared in medical reports that documented 1,247 cold weather casualties, frostbite, exposure, and hypothermia, sustained by soldiers during the 48 hours of movement. These casualties occurred before Third Army fired a single shot in the Ardennes campaign, a toll paid simply for the privilege of reaching the battlefield. Battalion aid stations treated men whose feet had swollen so badly that boots had to be cut off, whose hands had lost all feeling and showed the white patches that indicated tissue damage, whose core body temperatures had dropped to levels that required immediate warming or death would follow. Some of these men would never return to combat. Some would lose fingers or toes to frostbite. All of them had sacrificed for a movement that higher headquarters had initially dismissed as impossible. Yet by the afternoon of December 21st, Third Army's Third Corps reported to Army headquarters that all 3 divisions were in position and ready to commence attack operations. Patton had promised Eisenhower that Third Army would attack on December 22nd with 3 divisions. 60 hours after the Verdun conference, that promise was being kept. The German intelligence assessment of Third Army's movement, pieced together from intercepted communications and prisoner interrogations after the war, revealed that Wehrmacht commanders were caught completely by surprise. German Army Group G, which faced Third Army in Lorraine, reported on December 19th that American forces opposite their positions showed no signs of withdrawing. On December 20th, German commanders noted decreased American artillery fire and reduced patrol activity, but interpreted this as indication that Third Army was consolidating defensive positions for winter. Not until December 21st did German intelligence recognize that entire American divisions had disappeared from the Lorraine front. Even then, German commanders initially believed these divisions had been pulled into reserve for rest and refitting, not that they were about to attack the southern flank of the Ardennes offensive, or the failure of German intelligence to detect or correctly interpret Third Army's movement represented one of the most significant intelligence failures of the Ardennes campaign. German forces in the Bastogne sector, who would face Third Army's attack within 24 hours, had positioned themselves to resist relief efforts from the north and east, but had left their southern flank relatively unguarded. They were about to pay a terrible price for that miscalculation. Third Army had completed the pivot. Now it had to prove it could fight. The darkness before dawn on December 22, 1944, was absolute across the snow-covered hills of southern Luxembourg. At precisely 0600 hours, the silence shattered as hundreds of American artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously across a 40-mile front. The guns of Third Army's Third Corps had been positioned during the night, crews working in freezing temperatures to emplace howitzers and prepare firing positions for a bombardment that would announce American intentions with devastating clarity. Shells screamed across the darkness toward German positions that intelligence indicated were held by the 5th Parachute Division and elements of the 752nd Volksgrenadier Regiment. The artillery preparation was deliberately shorter than standard doctrine recommended. Patton wanted shock and speed, not the prolonged bombardments that gave defenders time to take cover. After 18,000 rounds expended in 30 minutes, the guns fell silent and Third Army's infantry and armor surged forward into attack. The Battle of the Bulge's counteroffensive phase had begun. And the soldiers advancing through the darkness had no illusions that their movement northward had been the hard part. Now they had to fight an enemy that had just demonstrated superior tactical planning and operational execution. The 4th Armored Division's Combat Command. A struck toward the town of Ardennes, which sat astride critical roads leading northwest toward Bastogne. Intelligence had suggested that German defenses in this sector would be relatively light. The bulk of German strength was committed to the offensive further north, and the divisions facing Third Army's attack were supposed to be second-line formations holding static positions. This assessment proved catastrophically wrong within the first hours of combat. The German 5th Parachute Division was indeed deployed in the Ardennes sector. But it was not a second-line formation. It was an elite unit composed of veteran paratroopers who had been deliberately positioned to protect the southern flank of the German offensive. When American tanks emerged from the pre-dawn darkness, they encountered prepared defensive positions, well-sighted anti-tank guns, and infantry who fought with skill and determination. The battle that developed bore no resemblance to the swift advance that 4th Armored Division planners had anticipated. By mid-morning, Combat Command A had advanced less than 2 miles from its line of departure and had lost 9 Sherman tanks to German anti-tank fire. The tactical problem was clear. The frozen ground prevented tanks from maneuvering off roads without bogging down in snow-covered fields. All but the roads were covered by German PAK-40 anti-tank guns, positioned in concealed positions that American reconnaissance had failed to identify. Tank commanders found themselves advancing along predictable routes toward an enemy that knew exactly where to expect them. When American tanks attempted to deploy off-road to flank German positions, they discovered that what looked like snow-covered fields were actually marshland where the surface had frozen, but underneath remained soft enough to trap 30-ton vehicles. Recovery vehicles attempting to extract bogged tanks became targets themselves. Artillery support was available, but forward observers struggled to identify German positions through fog and falling snow. By noon on December 22nd, a combat command, AA, had halted its advance to reorganize and develop new tactics for reducing German strongpoints without suffering unsustainable tank losses. The 80th Infantry Division attacked simultaneously toward the town of Merzig, where intelligence indicated the 352nd Volksgrenadier Division held positions. The Volksgrenadiers were not elite paratroopers, but rather divisions formed from a mix of replacements, recovered wounded, and men previously considered unsuitable for frontline service. Their equipment was often second-rate, their training abbreviated, and their combat experience limited. American planners expected the Volksgrenadiers to retreat or surrender when faced with determined attack. Instead, the 352nd Division fought with desperate intensity, turning every building in Merzig into a strong point and conducting house-to-house defense that inflicted steady casualties on attacking American infantry. The tactical problem was that German defenders, even inferior German defenders, held significant advantages in urban combat. They knew the terrain, they had prepared positions, they could wait for American soldiers to expose themselves rather than having to attack through open ground. American advantages in artillery and air support mattered less in close-quarters urban fighting, where shells might hit friendly troops as easily as enemy positions, and where low clouds prevented airstrikes. The cost of the first day's fighting appeared in casualty reports that reached Third Army headquarters by evening on December 22nd. The 4th Armored Division reported 41 tanks destroyed or disabled, and 347 casualties killed, wounded, or missing. The 80th Infantry Division's losses were proportionally similar, over 400 casualties for advances measured in hundreds of yards. The 26th Infantry Division, attacking through heavily wooded terrain toward German positions in the Siegfried Line fortifications, had gained even less ground at comparable cost. After 12 hours of continuous combat, Third Army's Third Corps had advanced between 3 and 4 miles across most of its front. progress that was measurable but far short of the 8 to 10 miles that planners had hoped to achieve on the first day. At this rate of advance, reaching Bastogne would require another 5 to 6 days. And the surrounded garrison might not last that long. The tactical situation demanded either accepting these slow, costly advances or developing new methods for breaking through German defenses that had proven far more formidable than intelligence assessments suggested. Patton's response to the first day's limited gains reflected his characteristic aggressiveness, but also his understanding of operational necessity. In an evening conference call with corps and division commanders, he rejected suggestions to pause for regrouping or to request additional forces before continuing the attack. Third Army would maintain offensive pressure, he stated flatly. The Germans had committed their forces to the northern offensive and could not afford to reinforce the southern flank indefinitely. Every day of American attacks forced German commanders to make impossible choices about where to commit their dwindling reserves. If Third Army paused to perfect its tactics or wait for ideal conditions, it would surrender the initiative and allow German forces to stabilize their defensive positions. Better to attack imperfectly and maintain pressure than to attack perfectly when the opportunity had passed. Patton's orders for December 23rd were succinct. All divisions would continue attacking. Divisions would bypass strong points that could not be quickly reduced. Speed mattered more than territorial gains, and commanders at all levels were expected to maintain momentum regardless of casualties. The artillery supporting Third Army's attacks established new records for intensity, if not for accuracy. On December 22nd, the Third Army artillery units fired over 18,000 rounds, an expenditure rate that logistics officers warned could not be sustained for more than a few days before ammunition shortages would force rationing. The effect of this bombardment on German positions was significant but not decisive. German defenders had learned through years of combat how to survive artillery fire. They used cellars and bunkers, they dispersed their forces, they kept movement to minimum during bombardments and emerged to fight when American infantry advanced. The artillery inflicted casualties and disrupted communications, but it did not break German defensive coherence. American gunners were firing at targets identified from maps and pre-war intelligence rather than from direct observation, which meant many shells landed on empty positions or terrain features that looked significant but held no German forces. Forward observers tried to adjust fire based on what they could see through fog and snow, but visibility was so limited that effective fire direction was often impossible. The terrain of southern Luxembourg and northern Lorraine favored defenders far more than the rolling fields of France, where Third Army had conducted its summer advances. This was broken country, hills covered with pine forests, river valleys with steep sides, small villages built of stone that provided natural fortifications. Roads were few and easily blocked. Fields of fire were short. Armor could not exploit its mobility advantages when every advance was channeled along predictable routes. Then infantry could not use infiltration tactics when forests provided excellent positions for German defenders to ambush American squads. The tactical advantages that Third Army had enjoyed in August and September simply did not exist in December's frozen landscape. Division commanders found themselves fighting a different kind of war, one that rewarded defensive preparation over offensive maneuver, one where German forces could trade space for time and inflict disproportionate casualties on attackers. This was attritional combat, grinding and costly, where success was measured not in breakthrough and exploitation, but in yards gained and enemy positions eliminated through direct assault. Individual soldiers experienced the first day of attack as a confusion of fear, cold, exhaustion, and violence that bore little resemblance to the mobile warfare that had characterized earlier Third Army operations. Infantry advancing through frozen forests under German machine gun fire learned that every tree might conceal an enemy position, that every stone house might require grenades and close combat to clear, that every fold in the ground might hide an anti-tank gun waiting for American armor. Tank crews discovered that German anti-tank weapons could penetrate Sherman armor at ranges where American tank guns struggled to identify targets through fog and snow. combat engineers found that frozen ground made it nearly impossible to dig foxholes or emplace mines, which meant that positions once captured were difficult to defend if German forces counterattacked. Medical personnel treating casualties in aid stations just behind the front lines worked in unheated buildings where blood froze on their hands and wounded men died from shock, induced as much by cold as by their injuries. By nightfall on December 22nd, Third Army had established positions that formed a rough salient pushing into German defensive lines, but had not achieved the breakthrough that would open routes to Bastogne. Division commanders consolidated their positions, brought forward reserves, and prepared to resume attacks the following morning. The soldiers who had fought all day now faced a night in positions that offered minimal protection from cold that killed as surely as German bullets. In holes scratched into frozen earth or in the captured buildings that lacked heat. And Third Army's soldiers endured a night where temperatures dropped below 0 Fahrenheit, and where staying awake meant survival, but falling asleep meant freezing to death. The tactical victories of December 22nd, the positions captured, the German casualties inflicted, the penetrations achieved, came at a cost that exceeded what planners had anticipated and at a rate of advance that threatened to turn Patton's promise at Verdun into a strategic failure. Third Army had proven it could pivot and attack within 72 hours, but the first day's fighting raised the question that would haunt the rest of the campaign. Could it fight fast enough and hard enough to reach Bastogne before the garrison was annihilated and the German offensive succeeded despite Third Army's counterattack? The morning of December 26th, as 1944, found Third Army's 4th Armored Division just 4 miles south of Bastogne, after 5 days of continuous combat that had cost over 260 tanks and 2,000 casualties. The division had battered through German defensive positions, fought off counterattacks, and advanced roughly 20 miles from its starting point on December 22nd, progress that would have seemed glacial to commanders who remembered Third Army's August dash across France, but represented significant achievement against prepared defenses in winter conditions. German forces surrounding Bastogne had fought with determination that surprised American intelligence officers who had expected the Wehrmacht to collapse when faced with pressure on multiple fronts. Instead, the 5th Parachute Division, reinforced by elements from other units, had contested every mile of Third Army's advance, turning villages into fortresses and using the terrain to maximum advantage. Yet by December 25th, German commanders facing Third Army recognized that their defensive line was cracking and that American forces would reach Bastogne within 24 hours unless drastic measures were taken. Inside Bastogne, the situation had deteriorated to critical levels during the week of siege. The 101st Airborne Division and attached units, roughly 18,000 American soldiers, had held the town against repeated German attacks, but they were running desperately short of ammunition, medical supplies, and food. Airdrops during brief periods of clear weather had provided some resupply, but not enough to make up for consumption rates in continuous combat. Artillery units were rationing shells to fewer than 10 rounds per gun per day, a restriction that severely limited their ability to break up German attacks. Infantry companies that had begun the siege at full strength were now at 50 or 60% combat effectiveness due to casualties and frostbite. The division's senior medical officer had reported that he could continue treating wounded for perhaps 48 more hours before medical supplies ran out completely. German commanders had sent surrender demands to the American garrison commander, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, who had replied with a one-word response, "Nuts." That would become legendary. But legendary defiance could not substitute for ammunition or medical supplies. And everyone in Bastogne understood that relief had to arrive soon, or the garrison's resistance would collapse not from defeat in battle, but from simple inability to continue fighting. Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams commanded the 37th Tank Battalion of 4th Armored Division's Combat Command Reserve, and on the morning of December 26th, his unit spearheaded the final push toward Bastogne. Abrams was 30 years old, a 1936 graduate of West Point, who had proven himself an aggressive and skillful armor commander during Third Army's advance across France. His battalion had been in continuous combat since December 22nd, had lost over one-third of its tanks, and its soldiers were exhausted to the point where many could barely function. Yet Abrams drove his unit forward with intensity that matched Patton's own aggressiveness. The plan for December 26th called for Combat Command Reserve to assault through the village of Assenois, which sat astride the last German defensive position between 4th Armored Division and Bastogne's perimeter. Intelligence indicated that German forces in Assenois included infantry from the 5th Parachute Division and possibly armor from units pulled back from other sectors. The village would have to be taken by direct assault, a mission that Abrams would execute with 10 Sherman tanks and 1 company of armored infantry from the 53rd Armored Infantry Battalion. Whereas the assault on Assenois began at 0300 hours with an artillery preparation that was brief but intense. Third Army gunners had learned that prolonged bombardments gave German defenders time to take cover without inflicting proportional damage. At 0330, Abrams' tanks rolled forward through darkness, with infantry riding on the rear decks, a dangerous practice that exposed infantrymen to enemy fire but allowed rapid dismounting when German positions were encountered. The attack achieved initial surprise. German defenders apparently did not expect an American assault in darkness, and the lead tanks penetrated into Assenois before encountering organized resistance. Then the battle became a close-quarters brawl as German infantry emerged from cellars and fortified positions to engage American armor with Panzerfausts, German anti-tank rockets that could destroy a Sherman at close range. Infantry dismounted from tanks and fought building to building, in darkness broken only by muzzle flashes and burning vehicles. Abrams' tank, leading from the front as armor doctrine recommended, took a Panzerfaust hit that damaged its track but did not penetrate the armor. The crew made hasty repairs, while other tanks provided covering fire. By 0445, Abrams' force had fought through Assenois and emerged on the northern edge of the village with the route to Bastogne open ahead. 8 of the original 10 tanks remained operational. 2 had been knocked out in the village fighting, yet their crews evacuated under fire. The infantry company had suffered roughly 30 casualties, but retained combat effectiveness. Abrams made a decision that reflected both tactical judgment and operational understanding of what this moment meant. Rather than pause to consolidate Assenois or wait for additional forces, his remaining tanks would push immediately toward Bastogne's perimeter. The risk was substantial. If German forces counterattacked and cut the corridor behind him, his battalion would be isolated and vulnerable. But waiting allowed German forces to organize a defense that might make linking up with Bastogne far more difficult. Speed mattered more than security. At 0450, Abrams ordered his tanks forward, and the 8 surviving Shermans raced northward on the road to Bastogne, with infantry still riding on their decks and ammunition running low. The link-up occurred at 1645 hours, 4:45 in the afternoon, when Abrams' lead tank made contact with forward positions of the 101st Airborne Division's perimeter defense. Soldiers from the Airborne Division, who had spent a week watching for German attacks from every direction, initially treated the approaching tanks with suspicion until recognition signals confirmed they were American. The reaction among Bastogne's defenders ranged from jubilation to simple relief that they would survive. The corridor that Abrams had opened was narrow, in some places only 200 to 300 yards wide, and German forces held positions on both sides that allowed them to bring artillery and small arms fire onto the road. This was not a secure supply line, but a tenuous connection that would require constant fighting to maintain. Yet, it was enough. Within hours, supply trucks began rolling into Bastogne, carrying ammunition, medical supplies, and food. Wounded soldiers could be evacuated. Reinforcements could move forward. The siege was broken, though the battle for Bastogne was far from over. German reaction to the breakthrough was immediate and violent. Wehrmacht commanders recognized that if the corridor to Bastogne remained open and was widened, Massed, their entire southern flank became untenable, and the Ardennes offensive lost any chance of success. The 1st SS Panzer Division, which had been committed to the northern drive toward the Meuse River, received orders on December 26th to disengage and move south to seal off the Bastogne corridor. Additional infantry divisions received similar orders. Over the next 48 hours, German forces launched repeated counterattacks, attempting to cut the corridor and re-isolate Bastogne. These attacks achieved some tactical success. At several points, German forces temporarily severed the corridor, forcing American units to fight to reopen it. The fighting was intense and costly for both sides, and Third Army units defending the corridor found themselves engaged in defensive battles as fierce as the offensive combat that had created the corridor in the first place. The strategic calculus had shifted. Third Army was no longer simply attacking to reach Bastogne, but was now committed to holding a position that German forces desperately needed to recapture. The first supply convoy to enter Bastogne on the night of December the 26th carried 70 tons of critical supplies, ammunition for the artillery that had been rationed to near uselessness, medical supplies that allowed surgeons to resume treating wounded soldiers, and rations that gave the garrison its first adequate meal in days. The convoy's arrival represented a logistics achievement as significant as the tactical breakthrough that made it possible. Truck drivers had navigated roads under German artillery fire, maintained their vehicles despite cold that caused mechanical failures, and delivered their cargo to a town where shells were still landing and where safety did not exist. Over the following days, the flow of supplies increased as engineers worked to widen the corridor, and as additional American units moved forward to strengthen the defensive positions. By December 28, Third Army was delivering 500 tons of supplies daily to Bastogne, enough to sustain the garrison and to build up stockpiles for future operations. The narrow corridor had become a supply line, vulnerable but functional. The casualty toll for Third Army's Relief of Bastogne appeared in reports compiled during early January 1945. The 4th Armored Division had lost 262 men killed, over 800 wounded, and over 100 missing during the 5 days from December 22nd through December 26th. Tank losses totaled 137 Shermans destroyed or damaged beyond field repair. The 26th and 80th Infantry Divisions, which had attacked in parallel with 4th Armored and had drawn German forces away from the main thrust toward Bastogne, had suffered proportionally similar casualties. In total, Third Army's 3rd Corps sustained roughly 4,000 casualties to advance 20-odd miles and open a corridor to Bastogne. By comparison, the 101st Airborne Division and attached units in Bastogne had suffered approximately 3,000 casualties during their week of siege. The arithmetic was brutal. Relieving Bastogne cost more American casualties than defending it had cost. Yet the strategic calculation justified the price. Bastogne remained in American hands. The German offensive southern flank was compromised, and Third Army had proven it could execute the rapid reorientation and aggressive attack that Patton had promised at Verdun. The Relief of Bastogne on December 26th represented the first major Allied operational success of the Ardennes campaign, but it also marked the beginning of a longer and more costly phase of fighting. German forces did not withdraw or collapse when the corridor was opened. Instead, they intensified their efforts to cut American supply lines, to reduce the Bastogne salient, and to continue their offensive in other sectors. The Third Army found itself committed to holding and expanding the corridor, while simultaneously defending against German counterattacks and preparing for further offensive operations. The soldiers who had fought for 5 days to reach Bastogne would continue fighting for weeks more, in conditions that grew progressively worse as winter deepened. The question that senior commanders faced on December 27th was not whether Bastogne had been relieved, that was accomplished fact, but whether Third Army could sustain offensive operations long enough to crush the German penetration entirely, or whether the Ardennes would become a frozen stalemate where neither side could achieve decisive results. Patton's answer was characteristically aggressive. Third Army would not only hold Bastogne, but would expand the offensive, attack northward to link up with First Army, and trap German forces in a massive pincer movement. Whether his exhausted divisions could execute this ambitious plan remained to be seen. The town of Verdun, 23 miles behind Third Army's front lines, housed a quartermaster depot that on December 23, 1944, performed what its commanding officer later described as an impossible mission. The depot received orders at 0600 hours to process and forward 800 tons of supplies to forward units by 1400 hours, 8 hours to receive, sort, load, and dispatch a volume of material that normally required 24 hours to handle. The supplies included artillery ammunition in multiple calibers, small arms ammunition, medical supplies, rations, fuel, and replacement parts for vehicles that were breaking down at rates far exceeding peacetime projections. The depot's enlisted personnel and officer staff, who had been working 18-hour days since Third Army's northward pivot began, understood that failure meant American units would run out of ammunition while engaged with German forces, or that wounded soldiers would die from lack of medical supplies. By 1330 hours, 790 tons had been loaded onto trucks and dispatched forward. The remaining 10 tons followed within the hour. This performance was replicated across dozens of supply points throughout Third Army's rear area, creating a logistic system that moved material as rapidly as combat units moved forward. The fighting soldiers who fired the ammunition and consumed the rations rarely saw the supply personnel who made sustained combat possible. But without this invisible army, Third Army's offensive would have collapsed within days. The scale of Third Army's supply requirements during the Ardennes campaign exceeded anything American logistics planners had encountered in the European theater. A single infantry division in sustained combat consumed approximately 300 tons of supplies daily, mostly ammunition, fuel for vehicles, rations, and medical supplies. An armored division's consumption was higher, approaching 400 tons daily when engaged in mobile operations that required constant refueling of tanks and other tracked vehicles. Third Army committed 6 divisions initially to the Ardennes fighting, or with additional divisions added as the offensive expanded. This meant daily supply requirements exceeded 2,000 tons, and on days of particularly intense combat, consumption approached 3,000 tons. All of this material had to move from ports on the English Channel, primarily Antwerp, across hundreds of miles of war-damaged infrastructure to depots behind the front, then forward to division supply points, and finally to battalion and company positions where soldiers actually consumed the supplies. The logistics chain stretched across France and Luxembourg, involved tens of thousands of supply personnel, and operated continuously despite winter weather that would have shut down civilian transportation networks entirely. The truck fleet that sustained Third Army's operations consisted of over 6,400 2.5-ton trucks, the standard American military cargo vehicle, known universally as the Deuce and a Half, plus thousands of smaller vehicles and specialized transporters. These trucks operated on a relay system that kept them moving 24 hours daily. Drivers worked 12-hour shifts, slept for 6 hours, then returned to their vehicles for another shift. Maintenance was performed during brief stops while trucks were being loaded or unloaded. The system was brutal on both vehicles and drivers, but it moved supplies at rates that conventional logistics planning considered unsustainable. Trucks traveling from Verdun to forward supply points near the front covered roughly 100 miles round trip, and navigating roads that were often icy, sometimes under German artillery fire, and always congested with military traffic moving in both directions. Breakdowns were constant: frozen fuel lines, cracked engine blocks from extreme cold, transmission failures from overuse, and accidents on icy roads that destroyed vehicles and killed drivers. Yet, the truck fleet maintained sufficient operational strength to meet Third Army's requirements through a combination of aggressive maintenance and the availability of replacement vehicles shipped from the United States. Innovation in supply distribution emerged from necessity as Third Army's operations evolved. Traditional military logistics established supply depots at fixed locations, with subordinate units sending transportation to collect their allocated supplies. This system worked adequately during static operations, but created bottlenecks during rapid advances when unit locations changed faster than depot positions could be updated. Third Army's logistics officers developed what they termed express routes, designated roads marked with colored signs where supply trucks bypassed normal depot procedures and drove directly to forward units. A division operations officer could radio coordinates to the supply system, and trucks carrying ammunition or fuel would navigate directly to those positions without waiting for formal requisitions to process through multiple headquarters. As the system required exceptional coordination and created risks. Trucks sometimes arrived at wrong locations or were caught in combat zones, but it reduced delivery times from days to hours and allowed tactical commanders to request supplies based on immediate combat needs rather than on planned consumption rates. The maintenance miracle that kept Third Army's vehicles operational despite winter conditions and continuous use reflected both technical skill and organizational innovation. Conventional military maintenance procedures called for vehicles to be withdrawn from service and transported to rear area depots where skilled mechanics performed repairs using proper tools and facilities. Third Army could not afford the time this required. Instead, maintenance companies established forward repair points just behind the front lines, where mechanics worked in unheated tents or damaged buildings to perform repairs that normally required depot facilities. Tank engines were swapped in field conditions. Transmissions were rebuilt using parts cannibalized from destroyed vehicles. Suspension systems were repaired using improvised tools and techniques that would have horrified peacetime inspectors but kept tanks operational. The statistics were remarkable. Third Army maintained 94% of its tanks in operational condition during December and January, compared to German rates that historians estimate at approximately 67%. American maintenance superiority was not due to superior technology. German tanks were often mechanically superior to American Shermans, but to superior maintenance organization and the willingness of mechanics to work under conditions that approached the hardship faced by combat soldiers. Ammunition consumption during Third Army's Ardennes operations strained the entire Allied logistics system and revealed vulnerabilities that senior commanders had not anticipated. Artillery units fired over 532,000 rounds between December 22nd and December 31st, more artillery ammunition than had been expended during entire months of combat earlier in the campaign. The expenditure rate for 105mm howitzer ammunition, the standard American medium artillery piece, exceeded production capacity in the United States. Supply officers instituted rationing in early January, limiting artillery units to specific daily allowances that tactical commanders considered inadequate for sustained offensive operations. The ammunition shortage created tensions between Third Army, which demanded maximum fire support for its attacks, and higher headquarters, which had to allocate limited ammunition stocks among multiple armies. Patton argued repeatedly with 12th Army Group staff that Third Army's offensive operations deserved priority in ammunition allocation, while other Army commanders made similar arguments for their sectors. The debate revealed a fundamental miscalculation in Allied logistics planning. Planners had not anticipated that multiple armies would simultaneously conduct intensive offensive operations during winter months when supply lines were most vulnerable. Fuel logistics presented different challenges, but equally critical constraints on Third Army's operations. Sherman tanks and other tracked vehicles consumed approximately 1 gallon of gasoline per mile of travel under combat conditions. The 4th Armored Division, which spearheaded the drive to Bastogne, operated roughly 300 tanks and tank destroyers, which meant daily fuel consumption approached 25,000 gallons when the division was actively maneuvering. Multiply this across multiple armored divisions, plus fuel requirements for trucks, artillery prime movers, and other vehicles, and Third Army's daily fuel requirement exceeded 400,000 gallons. This fuel had to be transported from ports to forward supply points, stored in temporary dumps that were vulnerable to German air attack or artillery fire, and distributed to units whose locations changed continuously. Fuel shortages occurred repeatedly during the Ardennes campaign, forcing temporary halts in offensive operations, while supply trucks brought forward sufficient quantities to resume movement. On several occasions, Third Army units discovered and captured German fuel dumps, and this captured fuel was immediately pressed into service. American vehicles could use German gasoline with minimal modifications, and captured supplies helped alleviate temporary shortages. As medical logistics faced perhaps the most time-critical challenges of any supply category, wounded soldiers required evacuation from frontline aid stations to field hospitals within hours, or they risked death from shock, infection, or complications from their injuries. The standard evacuation chain, battalion aid station to collecting point to field hospital to evacuation hospital, functioned adequately during static operations, but strained during mobile combat, when unit positions changed rapidly and roads were congested with combat traffic. Third Army's medical units developed procedures for forward treatment that pushed surgical capabilities closer to the front lines, reducing evacuation times at the cost of exposing medical personnel to combat hazards. Field hospitals operated in buildings just miles behind the front, sometimes under artillery fire, treating casualties in facilities that lacked heat and proper sanitation, but saved lives through rapid intervention. The statistics documented medical logistics effectiveness. Wounded soldiers who survived long enough to reach battalion aid stations had over 90% survival rates, far higher than comparable figures from World War I or earlier conflicts. This achievement reflected both improved medical techniques and logistics systems that moved wounded soldiers quickly from point of injury to surgical care. The human cost of sustaining Third Army's logistics operations appeared in casualty figures that are often overlooked in combat narratives. Supply truck drivers were killed in accidents on icy roads or by German artillery fire targeting supply routes. Old maintenance personnel working on vehicles just behind the front lines were caught in German counterattacks. Quartermaster soldiers loading supplies at forward dumps were wounded by artillery or air attack. Medical personnel treating wounded in forward hospitals faced the same dangers as combat soldiers. Between December 19th and January 31st, Third Army's logistics units, quartermaster, transportation, ordnance, and medical, suffered over 600 casualties. These soldiers died or were wounded while performing missions that military tradition often portrays as safe rear area assignments, but that in Third Army's operations involved risks approaching those faced by infantry and armor units. The invisible army that sustained combat operations paid a visible price for Third Army's aggressive tactics and extended operations. By mid-January 1945, the strain on Third Army's logistics system had become severe enough that operational planning had to account for supply limitations rather than assuming adequate logistics support. Division commanders planned attacks based not on tactical opportunities, but on available ammunition and fuel. Corps headquarters coordinated offensive operations to sequence attacks so that limited supplies could support one division at a time, rather than simultaneous efforts across the entire front. Patton chafed at these constraints, arguing that logistics should support operations rather than limiting them. But even his aggressive temperament could not conjure ammunition or fuel that did not exist. The Allied logistics system, which had successfully supported the liberation of France and the advance to Germany's borders, that had been designed for sequential operations by individual armies, not for simultaneous intensive offensives by multiple armies during winter conditions. Third Army's Ardennes operations exposed this limitation and demonstrated that American logistics, despite their sophistication and scale, had finite capacity that constrained strategic options. The Invisible Army had performed miracles of endurance and organization, but it could not indefinitely sustain consumption rates that exceeded the entire Allied supply system's capacity. The question facing Third Army in mid-January was whether logistics constraints would halt offensive operations before strategic objectives were achieved, turning tactical success into operational stalemate. Christmas Eve, 1944. They arrived without celebration for Third Army's soldiers fighting in the frozen hills south of Bastogne, in a field hospital established in a damaged farm building 20 miles behind the front lines. Surgeons from the 64th Medical Battalion worked through the night, treating casualties that arrived in steady streams from forward aid stations. The hospital had been positioned in this location 48 hours earlier, replacing tents with the farm building's stone walls that offered minimal protection from cold, but at least blocked the wind. Heat was minimal, a few small stoves that burned scrounged wood and created more smoke than warmth. Surgical teams operated wearing heavy coats over their uniforms, and their breath condensing in clouds as they worked on wounded soldiers, whose injuries ranged from bullet wounds to traumatic amputations to frostbite so severe that tissue had frozen solid. On this Christmas Eve, the hospital processed 247 casualties in 24 hours. Some arrived conscious and would survive. Others arrived unconscious and would die despite the surgeons' efforts. All of them represented the human cost of Third Army's offensive operations, a cost measured not in strategic gains or tactical victories, but in broken bodies and extinguished futures. The infantry company that fought through the woods near Harlange on Christmas Day had begun the Ardennes campaign on December 22nd with 187 men. By December 25th, the company counted 94 soldiers present for duty, barely half its authorized strength. The missing men were not all dead. Many were wounded and evacuated. Others had been captured when German forces overran isolated positions. Some had simply disappeared during night combat in the forests, their fate unknown. The survivors who gathered for Christmas dinner received cold K rations, canned meat and hardtack designed for short-term field use, not for sustaining men through weeks of winter combat. They ate in foxholes scraped into frozen ground that provided minimal protection from German artillery fire that arrived sporadically throughout the day. There were no Christmas carols, no religious services, no acknowledgement that this date had any significance beyond being December 25th. The company's veterans, of men who had fought since Normandy, had learned to suppress emotional reactions to holidays or anniversaries. The replacements, most of whom had joined the unit within the previous week, tried to imitate the veterans' stoicism, but often failed. Christmas Day for this company meant another day of survival, another day of combat, another day of watching friends die. Frostbite emerged as an epidemic that, in some units, exceeded combat casualties during late December and early January. The 4th Armored Division reported 312 cold weather casualties on December 27th alone, more than the division's combat losses that day. Frostbite occurred when exposed flesh froze, typically affecting feet, hands, and faces. The condition was preventable through proper clothing, dry socks, and periodic warming. But combat conditions made prevention nearly impossible. Soldiers in forward positions could not rotate to warm areas. They could not change into dry socks because their boots were frozen solid. They could not move around to maintain circulation because movement drew German fire. Medical officers treated frostbite cases that ranged from superficial freezing that would heal with rewarming to deep tissue damage that required amputation. The worst cases involved soldiers whose feet had frozen inside their boots, and when the boots were cut away, skin and tissue came with them. These soldiers would never walk normally again, would carry permanent disabilities that no Purple Heart or combat citation could compensate. The frostbite epidemic revealed a gap in American military planning. The Army had not adequately prepared for sustained winter combat, had not issued sufficient cold weather gear, and had not trained soldiers in cold weather survival techniques that might have prevented many casualties. The psychiatric casualties that medical units termed combat exhaustion or battle fatigue represented injuries as real as bullet wounds, but less visible and less understood. Battalion aid stations began reporting soldiers who could not function in combat, not because of physical injury, but because their minds had broken under the accumulated stress of continuous fighting, constant danger, and witnessing the deaths of friends. These men showed symptoms that ranged from uncontrollable trembling to catatonic withdrawal to violent outbursts. In earlier eras, such soldiers were labeled cowards and sometimes shot for desertion. By 1944, military medicine recognized combat exhaustion as a medical condition requiring treatment, though the treatment was rudimentary: rest, warm food, and counseling from unit chaplains or medical officers. Some soldiers recovered after a few days and returned to their units. Others were evacuated to rear area hospitals for extended treatment. A few never recovered combat effectiveness and were reassigned to non-combat duties. The statistics documented the psychological toll of Third Army's operations. 618 soldiers were evacuated for psychiatric reasons between December 22nd and December 31st. This represented roughly 5% of total casualties, a proportion that some historians believe understates the true psychological cost, because many soldiers suffering from combat exhaustion remained with their units rather than seeking treatment. The Graves registration units that handled Third Army's dead performed perhaps the most emotionally difficult mission in the entire logistics chain. These soldiers collected bodies from battlefields, attempted identification, prepared remains for burial, and maintained records of who was buried where. During the Ardennes campaign, Graves registration units faced challenges that made their already grim mission nearly impossible. Frozen ground required explosives to dig graves. Conventional digging tools could not penetrate earth frozen solid to depths of 2 feet or more. Bodies froze solid within hours of death, which complicated handling and made identification difficult when personal effects were frozen to clothing. The volume of dead overwhelmed the Graves registration system's capacity during periods of heavy fighting. On December 29th, a single Graves registration unit near Ardennes conducted a mass burial for 87 Third Army soldiers who had been killed over the previous week. The ceremony was brief. A chaplain read prayers while the bodies, wrapped in mattress covers because coffins were unavailable, were placed in a common grave excavated with dynamite. Markers were placed, records were made, and the Graves registration soldiers moved on to the next location where bodies awaited collection. The dead received what dignity the circumstances allowed, but the circumstances allowed very little. Individual soldiers' experiences of combat during Third Army's Ardennes operations varied enormously based on unit assignment, tactical situation, and simple luck, but common threads appeared in letters, diaries, and post-war interviews. Fear was constant: fear of being killed, fear of being wounded, fear of failing one's unit, fear of showing fear to others. Cold was omnipresent and often more immediately pressing than enemy action. Soldiers described thinking more about staying warm than about tactical situations. Exhaustion accumulated until men functioned in states approaching zombification, going through combat motions with minds too tired to process what was happening. Hunger was chronic because hot meals rarely reached frontline positions, and cold rations provided calories but not satisfaction. That loneliness existed even in crowded foxholes because sustained combat created psychological isolation, where each man inhabited his own mental space and could not or would not share his inner experience with others. These were the daily realities that lay behind the tactical reports and casualty statistics. The human experience that official records could document but not fully convey. The replacement system that sustained Third Army's combat strength, despite continuous casualties, created its own form of trauma for both replacements and veteran soldiers. Replacements arrived at forward units with minimal training in the specific skills required for winter combat, with no knowledge of their new unit's tactics or procedures, and with no established relationships with the men they would fight alongside. And veterans treated replacements with a combination of pity and emotional distance. Pity because the veterans knew that replacement casualty rates were extraordinarily high. Distance because forming friendships with soldiers who would likely be dead within days was psychologically unsustainable. A replacement lieutenant who joined an infantry company on January 14th was killed on his first combat patrol on January 15th, dying before he learned most of his soldiers' names. A replacement squad that joined a rifle company on January 10th suffered 70% casualties within 1 week. Killed or wounded during fighting, they barely understood because no one had time to properly integrate them into the unit. And then the replacement system sustained Third Army's numerical strength, but created companies and battalions where half the soldiers were strangers to each other, where unit cohesion, the bonds that make soldiers willing to risk their lives for each other, barely existed. The casualty statistics for Third Army's first 10 days of Ardennes fighting documented a toll that exceeded what planners had anticipated or what senior commanders acknowledged publicly. Between December 22nd and December 31st, Third Army suffered 12,866 total casualties. Of these, 2,953 were killed in action, dead on the battlefield, or dying of wounds before reaching medical treatment. 7,118 were wounded seriously enough to require evacuation from combat units. 82,795 were missing in action, soldiers who had been captured, killed, and not yet recovered, or simply disappeared during combat chaos. Additionally, 4,427 soldiers were evacuated for frostbite or other cold weather injuries, though these casualties appeared in medical rather than combat statistics and were often not included in official casualty totals. The combined casualty figure approached 17,000 men, roughly 13% of Third Army's combat strength, lost in 10 days of fighting. These rates exceeded the worst periods of Third Army's summer offensive and approached casualty rates seen in World War I's attritional battles. The human cost of relieving Bastogne and containing the German offensive was measured in thousands of lives destroyed, whole families devastated, and futures extinguished. The comparison between Third Army's casualty rates and those of other Allied armies during the same period revealed the price of Patton's aggressive tactics. First Army, which had borne the initial German assault and was conducting defensive operations during most of late December, suffered comparable total casualties, but over a longer period and across more divisions. British and Canadian forces, which were not heavily engaged during late December, suffered minimal casualties. German casualty figures are less precisely documented, but historians estimate Wehrmacht losses on the southern flank of the Ardennes penetration, the sector where Third Army attacked, at between 15,000 and 20,000 casualties during the same 10-day period. The casualty exchange rate slightly favored American forces, but not dramatically. Third Army was inflicting significant damage on German forces, but paying a heavy price to do so. The strategic calculation was that Germany could less afford these casualties than the United States could, that trading casualties at roughly 1-to-1 ratios would ultimately favor the side with greater reserves and replacement capacity. This calculation was strategically sound, but offered no comfort to the soldiers who were paying the immediate price. The long-term impact of Third Army's Ardennes casualties extended far beyond the immediate battlefield losses. Many wounded soldiers carried permanent disabilities, amputations, traumatic brain injuries, psychological trauma that would affect them for the rest of their lives. And many soldiers evacuated for frostbite recovered physical function, but suffered chronic pain or reduced circulation that caused lifelong problems. The psychological wounds inflicted by sustained combat created what later generations would recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition that went largely untreated in the 1940s and left thousands of veterans struggling with nightmares, anxiety, depression, and difficulty readjusting to civilian life. The families of killed soldiers carried grief that official condolence letters and posthumous medals could acknowledge but never heal. The human cost of Third Army's Ardennes operations rippled outward from the battlefield across decades and across continents, affecting not just the soldiers who fought, but the communities they came from and the families they would have formed. This cost appears nowhere in official military histories or strategic assessments, but it was as real as the tactical victories that those histories document. December's Butcher Bill would continue accruing interest long after the last shot was fired in the Ardennes. Field Marshal Walter Model, commanded German Army Group B from headquarters established in a requisitioned estate near Münstereifel, Germany, and on the evening of December 22, 1944, he faced strategic calculations that offered no satisfactory solutions. Model was 54 years old, a career officer who had earned reputation as a defensive specialist during desperate fighting on the Eastern Front. It's where his ability to stabilize collapsing situations had made him one of Hitler's most trusted commanders. The Ardennes offensive, Hitler's brainchild, not Model's preferred strategy, had achieved remarkable initial success, penetrating over 20 miles into American lines and surrounding Bastogne. Yet, by December 22nd, intelligence reports brought troubling news. An entire American army was attacking the offensive southern flank. Model's staff identified the attacking formations as elements of Patton's Third Army, which their intelligence assessments had placed 75 miles south in Lorraine positions as recently as December 18th. The realization that American forces could reorient and attack this quickly fundamentally altered the strategic situation. The Model now faced simultaneous requirements to continue driving westward toward the Meuse River. Hitler's orders were explicit and non-negotiable, while also defending against a major American counterattack that threatened to cut his southern supply lines. Every division committed to stopping Patton was a division unavailable for the drive toward Antwerp. The dilemma was becoming unsolvable. German intelligence had catastrophically misjudged American capabilities, and the consequences of that misjudgment became apparent as Third Army's attack developed. Wehrmacht intelligence officers had assessed that Third Army would require 2 to 3 weeks minimum to disengage from Lorraine operations, reorient northward, and mount a coordinated offensive. This estimate reflected German military doctrine, any which emphasized careful preparation and detailed planning for major operations. The assessment also reflected German experiences on the Eastern Front, where Soviet forces typically required weeks to prepare offensive operations, even when circumstances demanded speed. That an entire American army could pivot 90 degrees and attack within 48 hours violated German assumptions about how armies operated. The intelligence failure was compounded by German aerial reconnaissance's inability to detect Third Army's movement. Bad weather that grounded German reconnaissance flights during December 19th through 21st meant that Model's intelligence staff had no photographic evidence of American redeployment until after Third Army attacked. German commanders learned about Third Army's northward movement not from intelligence collection, but from combat reports as their frontline units came under attack from forces that were not supposed to be there. The operational implications of Third Army's attack forced Model to make decisions that undermined the Ardennes offensive's strategic logic. The plan had concentrated German armored strength in the north, where the 6th SS Panzer Army was supposed to cross the Meuse River and drive toward Antwerp. The 5th Panzer Army in the center would support this drive by securing critical road junctions like Bastogne and protecting the northern forces' southern flank. The 7th Army in the south had minimal offensive mission. It was supposed to establish defensive positions protecting the entire offensive's southern flank from any American counterattacks. This plan assumed that American forces would be surprised, slow to react, and focused on defensive measures rather than aggressive counterattacks. Third Army's attack invalidated all three assumptions. By December 24th, Model had been forced to divert the 1st SS Panzer Division from the northern drive to meet Third Army's threat to Bastogne. Additional divisions from the Mobile Reserve, units that were supposed to exploit breakthrough in the north, received orders to move south and reinforce the defense against Patton's attacks. Every unit diverted south was a unit unavailable for the primary mission. And the cumulative effect of these diversions was to drain offensive capability from the northern spearhead that was supposed to win the campaign. The headquarters conference on December 24th, where Model briefed senior commanders on the deteriorating situation, revealed the gap between strategic ambition and operational reality. Model explained that Third Army's attack could not be ignored. If American forces cut the roads running through Bastogne, the entire German offensive would lose its primary supply route and advanced units would be stranded without fuel or ammunition. Therefore, significant forces had to be committed to defending Bastogne and stopping Third Army's advance. His corps commanders understood the logic, but pointed out that diverting forces to the southern sector meant the northern drive was stalling, that the 6th SS Panzer Army had advanced as far as it could without additional fuel and reinforcements, and both were now being diverted to meet threats Model had not anticipated when planning began. Model's response was to request permission from OKW, the German High Command, to shift the offensive's main effort from the northern to the central sector, where 5th Panzer Army still had some forward momentum. The request went to Hitler's headquarters, where strategic decisions were now made not by military professionals assessing tactical realities, but by a dictator who refused to acknowledge that his plan was failing. Hitler's response to Model's situation report, delivered on December 25th, demonstrated the fundamental dysfunction in German command structure. The Führer ordered Model to simultaneously continue the offensive toward Antwerp and eliminate the American penetration at Bastogne. When Model's chief of staff pointed out that German forces were insufficient to accomplish both missions simultaneously, Hitler replied that German willpower would overcome material limitations, that aggressive action would demoralize American forces, and that defeatist attitudes among his generals were the real problem. This exchange, documented in German staff records captured after the war, illustrated why Germany was losing. Strategic decisions were based on ideology and wishful thinking rather than realistic assessment of capabilities and constraints. Model, who had enough credibility with Hitler to speak frankly where other generals feared to, Burr attempted to explain that American forces had demonstrated they would not be demoralized by German attacks, that Third Army specifically was showing offensive capabilities that exceeded German defensive capacity. Hitler dismissed these concerns and reiterated his orders. Model returned to his headquarters and attempted to execute impossible directives with insufficient forces against an enemy that was proving far more capable than German intelligence had assessed. The fuel crisis that paralyzed German mobile operations by late December exemplified how Third Army's attack compounded problems that German logistics were already struggling to manage. Yet the Ardennes offensive had been planned on the assumption that German forces would capture American fuel depots during their advance and use that captured fuel to sustain their drive to the Meuse. This assumption proved incorrect. American forces either destroyed their fuel stocks as they retreated, or German units advanced too quickly to secure logistics properly and bypassed fuel dumps they could not afford time to exploit. By December 26th, advanced German units were running out of fuel, with tanks and vehicles abandoned when their fuel tanks ran empty. Model's logistics staff calculated that continuing both the northern offensive and the southern defense of Bastogne would consume 95% of remaining fuel stocks within 3 days. Audit resupply was minimal. Allied air attacks on German transportation networks and the diversion of fuel production to defend German cities from bombing meant that fuel deliveries to Army Group B were perhaps 20% of required quantities. Model had to prioritize, fuel the northern offensive and accept that forces fighting Third Army would become immobile, or fuel the southern defense and accept that the northern offensive would stall. Either choice guaranteed strategic failure. He chose to split allocations, which meant both sectors received inadequate fuel and neither could achieve its objectives. The casualties inflicted on German forces by Third Army's attack added to the impossible arithmetic Model faced. Wehrmacht units fighting in the Bastogne sector, primarily the 5th Parachute Division and the 352nd Volksgrenadier Division, and elements from several other formations, reported losing approximately 18,000 men between December 22nd and December 31st. These casualties included killed, wounded, and missing, with the wounded category particularly problematic because German medical evacuation systems had collapsed under the volume of casualties and the breakdown of transportation networks. Wounded German soldiers often could not be evacuated from forward positions, which meant they either died of their wounds or were captured by advancing American forces. The missing category included soldiers who had been captured, soldiers who had deserted, and soldiers whose units had been overrun and whose fates were unknown. Model could not replace these losses. Germany's manpower reserves were nearly exhausted, and the replacement system that had sustained Wehrmacht's strength earlier in the war was producing soldiers with minimal training, who often became casualties within days of reaching frontline units. Third Army was destroying German combat power at rates that German logistics and training systems could not replace, creating a downward spiral where each day of combat left German forces weaker and less capable of resisting further American attacks. By December 28th, Model's diary entries, recovered and published by historians decades after the war, acknowledged that the Ardennes offensive had failed in its strategic objectives. The drive to Antwerp was stalled well short of the Meuse River. It stopped not by overwhelming American resistance, but by the cumulative effects of fuel shortages, casualties, and the diversion of forces to meet Third Army's unexpected counterattack. German forces still held a massive salient extending into American lines, but they lacked the strength to expand it and were increasingly struggling to defend what they held. Model understood military realities clearly enough to recognize that his forces were now fighting not to achieve victory, but to avoid catastrophic defeat. The correct military decision would have been to withdraw from the salient in good order, establish defensive positions on more favorable terrain, and preserve German forces for defending the Reich's borders. But that decision was not Model's to make. Hitler refused to authorize any withdrawal, insisting that German forces must hold every yard of captured territory, regardless of tactical considerations. Model would have to continue fighting a battle he knew was lost, sacrificing soldiers to defend positions that had no strategic value, because Germany's command system subordinated military judgment to ideological fantasy. The larger strategic implications of Third Army's attack became apparent to German commanders at all levels during early January 1945. The Ardennes offensive had been Germany's last significant reserve of mobile forces and accumulated fuel stocks. Those reserves were now committed to a battle that was consuming them without achieving strategic results. Even if German forces somehow stabilized the situation in the Ardennes, they would lack strength to defend against the inevitable Allied spring offensive or the Soviet winter offensive that was clearly brewing on the Eastern Front. Third Army's rapid response had not merely stopped one German offensive, it had forced Germany to expend its last operational reserves in a battle that could not be won. The strategic impact extended beyond the immediate battlefield. By demonstrating American capability for rapid reorientation and aggressive counterattack, Third Army's performance influenced German strategic planning for the remainder of the war. Wehrmacht commanders now understood that they faced opponents who could respond to German initiatives faster than German doctrine assumed possible, who possessed logistic systems that could sustain intensive operations despite winter conditions, and who would not collapse under the kind of sudden offensive that had worked against Allied forces earlier in the war. Model's dilemma, how to execute impossible orders with insufficient resources against an unexpectedly capable enemy, was ultimately Germany's dilemma in early 1945. The Ardennes offensive was supposed to solve that dilemma by splitting the Western Allies and forcing a negotiated peace. Instead, it had accelerated Germany's defeat by consuming the last resources that might have prolonged the war. The after-action conference convened on December 28, 1944, in a requisition school building 10 miles behind Third Army's front lines, brought together company commanders, battalion operations officers, and representatives from division staffs to discuss lessons learned during the first week of Ardennes combat. The conference was Patton's innovation. Most armies conducted formal after-action reviews only after operations concluded, but Patton insisted that Third Army would learn while fighting, incorporating battlefield lessons into tactics immediately rather than waiting for post-campaign analysis. The officers who gathered in the unheated classroom had all commanded units in combat during the previous 6 days. They brought first-hand knowledge of what worked, what failed, and what killed American soldiers unnecessarily. The discussion was frank to the point of insubordination by conventional military standards. Junior officers criticized tactics that senior commanders had approved. And Patton not only tolerated this criticism, but encouraged it. What emerged from 6 hours of discussion was a tactical revolution that would significantly reduce Third Army casualties while maintaining offensive pressure. The revolution would not happen through technological innovation or strategic brilliance, but through hundreds of small adjustments based on hard-won experience and paid-for in blood. The most immediate tactical problem that the after-action conference addressed was tank vulnerability to German anti-tank weapons in defensive terrain. 4th Armored Division officers reported that German PAK-40 anti-tank guns, positioned in concealed positions, were destroying American Shermans at ranges where the German guns were nearly impossible to identify and engage. The standard American armor tactic, tanks advancing in line formation, supported by infantry, created target-rich environments for German anti-tank gunners who could engage multiple tanks before American forces could locate and suppress the guns. Officers from units that had suffered heavy tank losses proposed an alternative: combined arms teams at company level, where tanks, infantry, and engineers operated in integrated groups rather than as separate formations supporting each other. In this organization, infantry would advance ahead of tanks to identify German positions, engineers would support by clearing obstacles or providing demolitions capability, and tanks would provide direct fire support, while remaining in positions offering some protection. The concept was not revolutionary. German and Soviet forces had developed similar organizations earlier in the war, but it represented significant departure from American armored doctrine that emphasized tank-heavy formations with infantry in supporting roles. The conference attendees war-gamed the combined arms team concept through several hypothetical combat scenarios and identified implementation challenges. American infantry were trained to follow tanks, not to lead advances that would expose them to higher casualties. Tank commanders were accustomed to making tactical decisions independently and would need to coordinate closely with infantry and engineer leaders. Communications between different unit types, tanks used radio, infantry used different radio frequencies, or relied on telephone wire, would need to be standardized or improved. The ammunition loads would need adjustment, because tanks operating in support rather than assault roles would fire different mixes of high explosive and armor-piercing rounds. Despite these challenges, division commanders present at the conference approved immediate implementation. By December 30th, 4th Armored Division had reorganized its assault companies into task forces combining 10 to 15 tanks, 2 infantry companies, and an engineer platoon. These task forces became Third Army's standard tactical organization for the remainder of the Ardennes campaign and were later incorporated into official Army doctrine. Tank destroyer battalions presented a different tactical problem that the conference addressed through painful analysis of recent casualties. American tank destroyer doctrine positioned these units, mounting 76mm guns on lightly armored chassis, in defensive positions where they would ambush German armor. This doctrine worked adequately when defending prepared positions, but proved disastrous during offensive operations, where tank destroyers advanced with combat formations and encountered German anti-tank guns that could penetrate their thin armor at ranges exceeding 1,000 yards. The 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion reported losing 23 vehicles during the first week of Ardennes combat, primarily to German anti-tank guns engaging from concealed positions. And the battalion commander proposed adopting overwatch tactics where tank destroyers would position themselves in hold-down positions, locations where terrain masked the vehicle's hull but allowed the gun to fire over the crest, providing covering fire for advancing armor and infantry rather than advancing with the assault elements. This tactic reduced tank destroyers' offensive contribution but dramatically improved their survival rates. By early January, tank destroyer losses had decreased by approximately 40%, while the destroyers' kill-to-loss ratio against German armor had improved because crews had time to identify targets before engaging rather than fighting in meeting engagements that favored whoever saw the enemy first. Infantry tactics evolved through equally pragmatic analysis of what worked under Ardennes combat conditions. Daylight frontal assaults against prepared German positions consistently produced casualty rates that battalion commanders considered unsustainable. Some rifle companies were losing 30 to 40% of their strength in single attacks. The alternative that emerged from conference discussions and battlefield experimentation was night infiltration operations, where small infantry units, typically squad or platoon strength, would penetrate German defensive lines under cover of darkness, bypassing strong points rather than assaulting them directly. These infiltration units would identify German positions, mark them for artillery fire or air strikes, and in some cases attack German positions from the rear after infiltrating past them. The tactic reduced direct assault casualties significantly, but required training in night navigation and small unit operations that many infantry soldiers lacked. Third Army established brief training courses at division level where veterans taught infiltration techniques to recently arrived replacements, creating institutional knowledge transfer that helped maintain tactical competence despite constant personnel turnover from casualties and replacements. Artillery coordination underwent perhaps the most significant tactical evolution of any Third Army combat arm during the Ardennes campaign. Standard American artillery procedure called for time-phased bombardments, where different batteries fired in sequence to maintain continuous shell delivery on target areas. This procedure worked, but allowed German defenders to adapt to artillery fire patterns and take cover during bombardments. Third Army artillery officers developed time-on-target procedures where multiple batteries calculated firing solutions so that shells from different locations arrived simultaneously at the target. A time-on-target bombardment meant that German defenders received no warning before several hundred shells impacted within seconds of each other. The first indication of artillery attack was shells exploding, not the sound of distant guns that allowed time to take cover. The technical challenges of coordinating fire from batteries positioned miles apart and firing different caliber weapons were substantial, requiring precision calculations and radio communications under combat conditions. These artillery officers worked with division and corps, fire control centers, to develop charts and calculation methods that allowed rapid time-on-target mission planning. By mid-January, Third Army artillery could execute time-on-target bombardments, concentrating 200 or more guns on single targets, creating devastating effects that German after-action reports compared to carpet bombing. Cold weather adaptations that emerged from battlefield experience saved hundreds of soldiers from frostbite casualties that tactical necessity could not prevent. Medical officers studying frostbite cases identified that wet socks were the primary contributing factor in most foot injuries. Perspiration or snow penetration would wet socks. Then freezing temperatures would cause the moisture to freeze against soldiers' skin. The standard military sock issue was wool, which retained moisture. Medical and quartermaster officers working together developed procedures where soldiers carried multiple pairs of socks and rotated them every 4 to 6 hours, hanging wet socks inside their uniforms, where body heat would dry them while wearing dry pairs. This simple procedure reduced frostbite incidents by approximately 60% in units that implemented it rigorously. Other adaptations included vehicle winterizations procedures that allowed engines to start reliably in sub-zero temperatures, improvised heating methods for tents, and vehicles that provided minimal warmth but prevented fatal hypothermia, and modifications to weapons maintenance procedures that prevented lubricants from freezing and causing malfunctions. The integration of forward air controllers at battalion level represented a tactical innovation that dramatically improved close air support effectiveness when weather-permitted flight operations. Earlier in the campaign, close air support requests went through division or corps headquarters to Air Force liaison officers who would coordinate with fighter-bomber squadrons. The process required 45 minutes or more from request to aircraft arrival, which meant tactical opportunities often passed before air support arrived. Third Army Air Liaison officers worked with Army Air Force counterparts to develop procedures where fighter-bomber aircraft orbited over battlefield areas waiting for targets to be identified, and forward air controllers with frontline battalions could directly radio target coordinates to circling aircraft. Yet this reduced response time to approximately 12 minutes and allowed air support to engage fleeting targets like German armor, moving between positions or troop concentrations assembling for counterattacks. The procedure required reliable radio communications between ground and air units, clear target identification to prevent friendly fire incidents, and fighter-bomber squadrons willing to orbit for extended periods consuming fuel while waiting for targets. All three requirements were met through organizational changes and procedural development that reflected Third Army's culture of pragmatic adaptation. The cumulative effect of these tactical adaptations became measurable in casualty statistics and operational effectiveness metrics by mid-January 1945. And in Third Army's casualty rate per mile of advance decreased by approximately 35% compared to late December rates, while the rate at which Third Army destroyed German combat power, measured in enemy casualties and equipment losses, remained constant or increased. This meant Third Army was achieving better results at lower cost, the fundamental definition of tactical improvement. The adaptations did not eliminate casualties or make combat safe. War remained dangerous and deadly. But they reduced unnecessary losses caused by tactics that experience had proven ineffective. Perhaps more importantly, the process of continuous tactical evolution created organizational culture where commanders at all levels expected to learn from combat experience and to modify procedures based on what actually worked rather than on what doctrine prescribed. This culture of adaptation would characterize American military operations for the remainder of World War II and would influence U.S. Army doctrine development for decades afterward. The lessons purchased with blood in the Ardennes forests during December and January 1945 became institutional knowledge that saved lives in future conflicts and established patterns of professional military education that persist into the present century. The first day of January 1945, they found Third Army controlling a salient extending roughly 30 miles northward from its original positions in Lorraine, with the Bastogne corridor secured but narrow, and the German Bulge into Allied lines still extending 25 miles westward at its deepest point. At his headquarters in Luxembourg, Patton studied maps showing First Army positions to the north, units commanded by Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges, that had absorbed the initial German onslaught and were now preparing their own counteroffensive southward. The strategic opportunity was obvious. If Third Army attacked northeast toward the town of Houffalize, while First Army attacked south, the two American forces could meet and split the German salient in half, trapping thousands of Wehrmacht soldiers in two separate pockets. Eisenhower had approved this plan in principle during late December, but execution required Third Army to expand its offensive from 3 divisions to 6 or 7, to widen its front from 40 miles to over 80 miles, and to maintain offensive operations through weather conditions that were deteriorating rather than improving. Patton's response was characteristically aggressive. Third Army would not merely hold its positions around Bastogne, but would expand the offensive immediately, attacking with the 12th Corps on the eastern side of the salient, while the 3rd Corps continued pressure around Bastogne. The decision committed Third Army to offensive operations across a front that stretched logistics and manpower to their limits. But Patton argued that maintaining offensive pressure was the only way to prevent German forces from stabilizing their defensive positions and turning the Ardennes into a frozen stalemate. Major General Manton Eddy commanded the 12th Corps, which held the eastern sector of Third Army's front and would execute the expanded offensive toward Houffalize. Eddy was 51 years old, a thoughtful officer who balanced Patton's aggressiveness with careful planning and attention to logistics, qualities that made him one of Third Army's most effective corps commanders. On January 3rd, Eddy received orders to attack northeast with 4 divisions: the 4th Infantry Division, the 5th Infantry Division, the the 11th Armored Division, and the 90th Infantry Division. These divisions represented roughly 70,000 men and would have to advance through terrain that offered every advantage to defenders: heavily forested hills, narrow roads easily blocked by obstacles or demolitions, and weather that limited visibility and grounded air support. German forces opposing 12th Corps included elements from multiple divisions that had been pulled from other sectors to reinforce the threatened southern flank, creating a patchwork defense that lacked unified command, but compensated through familiarity with terrain and strong prepared positions. Eddy's attack plan emphasized infiltration and maneuver rather than frontal assault, seeking to penetrate German defensive lines and then exploit into the rear areas where logistics and command structures were more vulnerable than frontline positions. Though the 11th Armored Division entered combat for the first time on January 9, 1945, attacking toward the town of Marnock as part of 12th Corps' offensive. The division had arrived in Europe in December, but had not participated in combat operations until this moment. Its soldiers were trained but untested. Its officers had studied tactics but had never commanded in actual battle, and its units had practiced coordination but had never performed under fire. The division's baptism of fire demonstrated both the strengths and weaknesses of American training systems. 11th Armored units advanced aggressively, maintaining momentum that pushed 8 miles into German positions during the first day, a rate of advance exceeding what veteran divisions were achieving in the same sector. This success reflected good training, effective leadership, and perhaps the enthusiasm of soldiers who had not yet learned to fear combat. However, the division also suffered from inexperience in ways that cost lives unnecessarily. Tank crews bunched vehicles together rather than maintaining proper dispersion, making them vulnerable to German artillery. Infantry advanced without adequate reconnaissance, walking into prepared German positions that veterans would have detected and bypassed. Communications between units were often confused as inexperienced radio operators struggled with procedures under combat stress. By the end of its first week of combat, 11th Armored Division had advanced farther than most Third Army units, but had suffered casualties at rates that could not be sustained. The division lost over 1,200 men in 5 days of fighting. The weather during early January brought conditions that made December's cold seem moderate by comparison. Temperatures dropped to 15 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit on multiple nights, creating cold that penetrated every layer of clothing and every shelter that soldiers could improvise. Blizzard conditions on January 12 reduced visibility to less than 50 yards and deposited snow depths of 18 to 24 inches across the entire Ardennes region. Vehicle movement became nearly impossible except on main roads, and even those required constant clearing by engineer units using improvised snowplows. Soldiers could not dig foxholes in ground frozen solid beneath 2 feet of snow, which meant defensive positions offered minimal protection from German artillery or small arms fire. That weapons malfunctioned as lubricants froze. M1 rifles, normally reliable, would fire single shots but jam when attempting to operate the semi-automatic mechanism. Machine guns required constant attention to prevent freezing. Artillery pieces had to be thawed before they could be fired. The weather inflicted casualties as effectively as German weapons. Third Army medical units treated hundreds of cold weather injuries daily, and some units reported frostbite casualties exceeding combat losses. The meeting engagement near Houffalize on January 13 between reconnaissance elements from Third Army and First Army marked the strategic culmination of the Allied response to Germany's Ardennes offensive. A patrol from the 11th Armored Division's cavalry squadron, moving north along a road through pine forests, and encountered a patrol from First Army's 2nd Armored Division, moving south. The initial contact was confused. Both patrols suspected they had encountered German forces and nearly opened fire before recognition signals were exchanged. Once identities were confirmed, radio reports flashed to higher headquarters. Third Army and First Army had linked up. The German salient was cut in half, and Wehrmacht forces in the western portion of the Bulge were now separated from forces in the eastern sector. The link-up location was several miles south of Houffalize itself, but the strategic effect was the same. German forces could no longer move freely between the two halves of their salient. Supply lines were severed, and the possibility of coordinated German operations across the entire Bulge was eliminated. From this point forward, German commanders would fight two separate battles rather than one unified campaign. The capture of Houffalize on January 16 required 3 days of house-to-house fighting that demonstrated both how far Third Army's tactics had evolved and how desperately German forces would fight to hold positions they knew were strategically doomed. The town had no particular military significance. It was a small market town with perhaps 2,000 peacetime residents, situated at a road junction, but not controlling any critical terrain. Yet German forces defended Houffalize with the same intensity they had shown at more important objectives, turning every stone building into a fortress and contesting every street. American forces used the combined arms teams developed during late December, with infantry clearing buildings while tanks provided covering fire and engineers demolished structures that could not be safely assaulted. The fighting was brutal and close range, sometimes occurring room to room within buildings where German defenders occupied cellars while American troops held upper floors. By the time American forces secured Houffalize on January 16, the town was substantially destroyed. Artillery fire and fighting had reduced most buildings to rubble, and the civilian population had long since fled or been evacuated. The American units that raised flags over the town's ruins had suffered over 300 casualties to capture a position whose primary value was symbolic rather than tactical. The expansion of Third Army's offensive during early January stretched logistics systems that were already operating at maximum capacity. The front had widened from the initial 40-mile sector around Bastogne to over 85 miles, extending from Echternach in the south to the Houffalize sector in the north. This expansion meant supply routes had to extend farther, with trucks covering longer distances to reach forward units. Fuel consumption increased as more divisions conducted offensive operations simultaneously. Ammunition expenditure rates remained high as artillery supported attacks across the wider front. Medical evacuation distances increased, requiring more ambulances and longer travel times from battlefield to hospital. That the logistics strain appeared in rationing that affected every category of supply. Artillery units received allocations of 50 rounds per gun per day when they requested 200. Fuel deliveries covered perhaps 70% of requirements, and ammunition for infantry weapons was distributed based on calculated daily consumption rather than on actual usage rates. Division commanders planned operations around logistics constraints rather than tactical opportunities, timing attacks to occur when supplies were available rather than when tactical conditions were favorable. And the rate of advance during Third Army's January offensive averaged 1.2 miles per day across the entire corps front, substantially better than the 0.4 miles per day achieved during late December, but still far slower than the sweeping advances of previous campaigns. This measured pace reflected the tactical realities of winter combat in defensive terrain against a determined enemy. German forces had learned that they could not stop Third Army's advance, but they could make every mile costly, trading space for time and inflicting casualties that accumulated across weeks of combat. American forces had learned that frontal assaults produced unsustainable losses and that success required infiltration, bypassing strong points, and accepting slower progress to reduce casualties. The result was a grinding offensive where daily gains were small, but cumulative progress was significant. By January 16, Third Army had advanced approximately 20 additional miles beyond the Bastogne positions, had linked with First Army to split the German salient, and had captured or killed an estimated 15,000 German soldiers while destroying or capturing over 400 armored vehicles and artillery pieces. German forces escaped from the encirclement in numbers that surprised and disappointed Allied commanders. As Third Army and First Army closed the gap at Houffalize, Wehrmacht units conducted fighting withdrawals that, while costly, allowed the majority of German soldiers to retreat eastward toward defensive positions closer to Germany's borders. Historians estimate that approximately 52,000 German soldiers escaped from the western portion of the Bulge during the withdrawal that occurred between January 13 and January 23. These soldiers abandoned heavy equipment, tanks, artillery, trucks, that could not be moved quickly enough or for which fuel was unavailable. The equipment losses were devastating to German combat power, but the personnel losses were less catastrophic than Allied commanders had hoped. German units that escaped would reconstitute with new equipment and fight defensive battles along the Siegfried Line and eventually inside Germany itself. The failure to trap and destroy larger numbers of German forces reflected both German skill in conducting retrograde operations and Allied limitations in pursuing across terrain and weather conditions that restricted mobility. The casualties Third Army sustained during the expanded offensive from January 1st through January 16 totaled 8,947 men killed, wounded, or missing. This represented a lower daily casualty rate than December's fighting, approximately 560 casualties per day in January, compared to nearly 1,300 per day in late December, which reflected both tactical improvements that reduced losses and a more measured operational tempo that prioritized sustainability over speed. And the German casualty estimates for the same period and sector are less precise, but historians calculate approximately 12,000 to 15,000 Wehrmacht casualties in forces opposing Third Army's advance. The casualty exchange ratio slightly favored American forces, but the margin was not dramatic. More significantly, Germany could less afford these losses than the United States could. German replacement systems were collapsing, while American replacements continued arriving in steady streams, and German equipment losses could not be replaced, while American industry produced replacement tanks and artillery faster than they were lost in combat. The strategic situation on January 16, when Houffalize fell and the German salient was definitively split, represented a decisive shift from the crisis conditions of late December. The German offensive had been contained, then reversed, and German forces were now retreating toward their start lines, under pressure from multiple Allied armies. The immediate threat to Allied strategic positions, the possibility that German forces might reach Antwerp or split the Allied front, was eliminated. Yet the broader question of how to conclude the war remained unresolved. German forces had demonstrated they retained significant combat capability and would fight skillfully and desperately when defending. The Ardennes fighting had cost the Allies roughly 80,000 casualties across all armies involved, which meant that subsequent offensive operations toward Germany's heartland would be costly and time-consuming. Third Army's expanded offensive had achieved its objectives, relieving Bastogne, containing the German penetration, and contributing to the Allied counteroffensive that eliminated the Bulge, but it had also revealed limitations in Allied capabilities. Winter offensive operations were possible but expensive. Logistics systems could sustain expanded operations but not indefinitely, and German forces would contest every mile of advance regardless of strategic hopelessness. The path to final victory was clear, but the cost of traveling that path would be measured in thousands more casualties and months more fighting. The conference room at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force in Versailles on January 8, 1945, hosted a meeting that would determine whether Third Army could continue offensive operations or would be forced into operational pause due to supply shortages. And General Eisenhower presided over a gathering that included senior logistics officers from all Allied armies, transportation commanders responsible for moving supplies from ports to forward areas, and representatives from the port operations at Antwerp. The agenda focused on a crisis that had been developing since late December. Allied logistics systems were failing to deliver supplies at rates matching consumption by armies conducting simultaneous winter offensives. The numbers were stark. Third Army alone required 8,000 tons of supplies daily to sustain current operations, but was receiving an average of only 5,200 tons. First Army, Ninth Army, and other Allied formations faced similar shortfalls. The cumulative deficit meant that ammunition stocks at forward depots were declining, its fuel reserves were insufficient for planned operations, and sustainment of offensive operations through January was questionable. Patton attended this conference with barely concealed frustration, arguing that logistics should support operations rather than constraining them. But even his aggressive temperament could not alter the mathematical reality that demand exceeded supply capacity. The fuel crisis affected every aspect of Third Army's operations and forced operational planning to account for limitations that had not existed during summer campaigns. American tanks and tracked vehicles consumed approximately 0.8 gallons of gasoline per mile of travel under combat conditions, a rate that seemed reasonable until multiplied across hundreds of vehicles operating continuously. The 4th Armored Division, all operating roughly 300 tanks and tank destroyers, plus hundreds of other tracked and wheeled vehicles, consumed approximately 40,000 gallons of fuel daily when actively maneuvering. Multiply this across 6 or 7 divisions, and Third Army's daily fuel requirement exceeded 400,000 gallons. The Allied logistics system could deliver perhaps 60% of this requirement consistently, with occasional days reaching 80%, but other days dropping to 40%, depending on transportation availability and port capacity. Division commanders adapted by planning operations that concentrated fuel allocations. One division would attack, while others remained static, allowing logistics to support intensive operations in one sector, rather than modest operations across the entire front. This approach achieved tactical results, but surrendered strategic flexibility that had characterized Third Army's earlier campaigns. Ammunition shortages became critical during early January, when artillery consumption rates exceeded production capacity in the United States. The standard American medium artillery piece, the 105mm howitzer, fired shells at rates approaching 200 rounds per gun per day during intensive operations. Third Army operated over 600 artillery pieces of various calibers, which meant potential consumption exceeded 100,000 rounds daily. Actual consumption during peak operations in December had approached this level, and the cumulative effect was to drain ammunition stockpiles that Allied logistics had built up during autumn months. By January 10th, ammunition ships arriving at Antwerp could not replace stocks fast enough to maintain previous allocation levels. Theater headquarters instituted rationing. Artillery units received allocations of 50 rounds per gun per day, with exceptions granted only for critical defensive operations or carefully planned major assaults. Division commanders complained that 50 rounds per day was grossly insufficient for supporting infantry attacks against prepared German positions. But complaints could not manufacture ammunition that did not exist. Artillery officers learned to plan fire missions with precision that, earlier, ammunition-rich operations had not required, concentrating limited shells on targets where they would have maximum effect, rather than conducting the suppressive bombardments that had characterized earlier fighting. The port capacity at Antwerp represented the choke point in the entire Allied logistics chain. The port could theoretically handle 22,000 tons of cargo daily, which was substantial but insufficient to supply all Allied armies conducting winter operations. The actual tonnage discharge averaged 18,000 to 19,000 tons daily due to labor shortages, equipment limitations, and the time required to unload ships, sort cargo, and move it to rail or truck transportation. Even this reduced capacity represented remarkable achievement. Antwerp had been captured only in late November and had required extensive repair of port facilities damaged by German demolitions and Allied bombing. The port's capacity was divided among all Allied armies based on operational priorities that Eisenhower's headquarters determined, and those priorities reflected political considerations as much as military necessity. British armies received allocations proportional to their force size. American armies competed for the remaining capacity. Patton argued repeatedly that Third Army's offensive operations deserved priority allocation, while commanders of First Army and Ninth Army made identical arguments for their sectors. The result was allocation decisions that satisfied no one, but attempted to provide all armies with sufficient supplies to maintain defensive capability while allowing limited offensive operations. The transportation network between Antwerp and Third Army's forward positions represented the most vulnerable link in the logistics chain. Supplies discharged at Antwerp had to travel over 300 miles to reach Third Army depots in Luxembourg, using either rail lines or truck convoys. Rail capacity was limited by infrastructure damage. Allied bombing had destroyed many rail bridges and marshalling yards during campaigns to isolate German forces, and repair was slow. Truck transportation consumed substantial fuel. A round trip from Antwerp to Luxembourg required each truck to burn approximately 120 gallons of fuel, which meant that roughly 3% of fuel delivered was consumed by the transportation system itself. The calculation created a vicious circle where fuel shortages reduced truck availability, which reduced supply delivery capacity, which worsened fuel shortages. Third Army logistics officers developed procedures to maximize efficiency. Trucks ran in convoys to reduce navigation time. Loading and unloading was streamlined to minimize turnaround time at ports and depots, and routes were selected to minimize distance and avoid congestion. These measures helped, but could not overcome the fundamental constraint that transportation capacity was insufficient for the volume of supplies that Allied armies required. The emergency airlift operation conducted on January 17 provided temporary relief, but demonstrated the limitations of air logistics. Third Army requested emergency delivery of 400 tons of critical supplies, primarily ammunition and medical supplies, to forward positions where truck delivery had been delayed by weather and road conditions. The Army Air Force allocated approximately 30 C-47 transport aircraft to the mission, flying from rear area airfields to improvised landing strips that engineers had cleared near the front lines. The aircraft delivered 380 tons in a single day, substantial tonnage that alleviated immediate shortages, but represented less than 5% of Third Army's daily requirements. Air transportation was too limited and too expensive in terms of fuel consumption and aircraft availability to serve as more than emergency supplement to ground transportation. The airlift did demonstrate Allied logistics flexibility and the willingness of different service branches to cooperate when circumstances demanded, but it could not solve the fundamental problem that demand exceeded supply capacity across the entire theater. During Patton's confrontation with Bradley on January 19th over supply priorities brought to the surface tensions that had simmered throughout the Ardennes campaign. Patton argued that Third Army had performed the critical mission of relieving Bastogne and containing the German offensive, that Third Army was currently conducting the most aggressive Allied operations, and that Third Army therefore deserved priority in supply allocation. Bradley responded that First Army had absorbed the initial German assault and had suffered higher casualties than Third Army, that Ninth Army was preparing operations against the Roer River dams that required substantial supply stocks, and that supply allocation had to consider multiple factors beyond current operational tempo. The argument became heated enough that Bradley threatened to relieve Patton if he did not accept theater allocation decisions. Patton threatened to resign if Third Army was not properly supported. Both threats were empty. Bradley knew that relieving Patton during active operations would be politically and militarily disastrous, and Patton knew that resignation would end his career and remove him from combat command he valued above all else. The confrontation ended with compromise that satisfied neither commander but allowed operations to continue. Third Army would receive modest increases in fuel and ammunition allocations in exchange for accepting limitations on the scope and pace of offensive operations. The truck fleet's deterioration became critical by mid-January, as vehicles that had been operating continuously since August began failing at rates that maintenance systems could not repair. Of Third Army's 6,400 trucks, approximately 2,800 were deadlined for maintenance by January 15th. 44% of the fleet was non-operational, requiring repairs ranging from routine maintenance that had been deferred during intense operations to major mechanical failures caused by overuse and winter damage. The maintenance backlog reflected months of operating vehicles beyond their design service intervals. Trucks rated for 50,000 miles of service had logged 80,000 or 100,000 miles. Engines that should have received oil changes every 3,000 miles had operated for 10,000 miles between changes. Suspension systems had endured roads and loads far exceeding design specifications. The accumulated damage now came due, and the maintenance system lacked capacity to repair all damaged vehicles quickly. Division commanders hoarded operational trucks, sometimes refusing to loan vehicles to other units even when theater policy mandated sharing transportation resources. Logistics officers developed elaborate tracking systems to account for every operational truck and to maximize utilization of surviving vehicles. The statistics documenting Allied logistics performance during the Ardennes campaign revealed a system operating at the edge of its capability. But from Normandy beaches to forward positions in Luxembourg represented approximately 450 miles, the longest sustained supply line Allied forces had maintained during the European campaign. Across this distance, Allied logistics delivered an average of 42,000 tons of supplies daily during January 1945, supporting approximately 1.2 million Allied soldiers conducting combat and occupation operations. This performance represented extraordinary logistical achievement, comparable to the supply efforts that had sustained Allied forces during the Normandy campaign, and superior to logistics performance by any previous army in military history. Yet, it was insufficient to support simultaneous intensive offensives by all Allied armies, which meant operational planning had to incorporate logistics constraints as limiting factors. The invisible ceiling that logistics imposed on Allied operations was not due to failure or incompetence, but to the simple mathematical reality that no logistics system could deliver unlimited supplies across unlimited distances, regardless of conditions. The long-term implications of the logistics crisis extended beyond immediate operational constraints to influence Allied strategy for concluding the war. Eisenhower and his staff recognized that simultaneous offensives by all Allied armies would strain logistics beyond breaking point, which meant that final operations against Germany would require sequential rather than simultaneous attacks. E. Montgomery's 21st Army Group would attack in the north, while other armies conducted holding operations. Then Third Army would attack in the center while northern forces paused. Then other combinations would be implemented based on operational results and logistics recovery. This approach, later termed broad front strategy, was criticized by some commanders who argued for concentrating all resources behind a single massive offensive that would achieve breakthrough and rapid advance to end the war quickly. The debate over strategy reflected differing assessments of logistics capability and risk tolerance, but the fundamental constraint was that Allied logistics could not support the concentrated offensive that some commanders preferred. A Third Army's experience during the Ardennes campaign had demonstrated both the achievements possible when logistics systems performed at maximum capacity and the limitations that constrained operations when supply capacity was exceeded. The lessons learned during December and January 1945 would influence not just the remaining months of World War II, but would shape American military logistics doctrine for decades afterward, establishing principles about the relationship between operational ambition and logistics capacity that remain relevant into the 21st century. The pre-dawn darkness of January 18, 1945, Bulge was shattered by German artillery fire that crashed across Third Army positions in the Bastogne sector with intensity that had not been experienced since the first days of the German offensive in December. The bombardment struck positions held by Third Corps units that had been consolidating defensive lines after weeks of offensive operations, catching American forces in positions that were prepared but not heavily fortified. For 30 minutes, German guns, including heavy 150mm howitzers that could destroy field fortifications with direct hits, pounded American positions across a 30-mile front. Then the shells lifted and German infantry emerged from tree lines and villages, advancing against American positions in coordinated attacks that indicated careful planning rather than desperate improvisation. And the attacking forces included elements from the 6th SS Panzer Army, which had been withdrawn from the northern sector of the Ardennes and repositioned to strike Third Army's extended positions. The German objective was clear: savor the Bastogne corridor, force American withdrawal, and regain territory that months of fighting had cost Wehrmacht forces. What ensued was the heaviest fighting Third Army would experience during the entire Ardennes campaign, and it would demonstrate that German forces, though strategically defeated, retained tactical capability to inflict severe casualties on Allied armies that underestimated their resilience. The German attack achieved complete tactical surprise against American units that had grown accustomed to conducting offensive operations and had not anticipated being on the receiving end of major enemy assaults. The 167th Volksgrenadier Division penetrated 3 miles into American lines during the first 6 hours of fighting, overrunning 2 battalion positions and creating a salient that threatened supply routes supporting American forces in forward positions. Intelligence officers scrambling to understand what was happening identified that German forces had committed 5 divisions, approximately 40,000 men, to this counteroffensive, representing a concentration of force that Allied intelligence had assessed Germany could no longer achieve. The attack's timing, following weeks of German withdrawals and defensive fighting, suggested that Wehrmacht commanders had deliberately traded space for time to accumulate forces for this counterattack. American commanders who had believed German offensive capability was exhausted were discovering they had underestimated their opponent's determination and tactical skill. The morning battle on January 18th developed into a series of desperate defensive actions, as American units struggled to contain German penetrations and prevent breakthrough that could destabilize Third Army's entire position. Infantry companies that had been consolidating in positions they considered relatively secure found themselves in close-quarters combat against German soldiers who attacked with intensity suggesting they understood this was their last opportunity to influence the Ardennes battle's outcome. The fighting was chaotic and brutal, often occurring at ranges measured in yards rather than hundreds of yards. American rifle squads found themselves surrounded and fought to hold positions until relief arrived, or fought to break out when surrounded positions became untenable. German forces employed tactics that American soldiers had not encountered during recent fighting. Coordinated infantry armor teams that advanced in bounds, with tanks providing covering fire while infantry maneuvered, and demonstrating that Wehrmacht tactical skill had not deteriorated despite strategic setbacks and resource shortages. By noon, 2 American battalions were completely surrounded, cut off from supporting units and facing destruction if relief did not arrive quickly. Patton's response to the German counterattack reflected both his aggressive tactical instincts and his operational understanding that the correct response to enemy attack was not defense but counterattack. Within hours of receiving reports of German penetrations, he ordered the commitment of 3 reserve divisions to contain and then eliminate the German salient. The 10th Armored Division, which had been positioned in reserve recovering from previous combat, received orders to move forward immediately and strike the southern flank of the German penetration. Now, the 26th Infantry Division would attack from the north. The 6th Armored Division would drive into the penetration center, attempting to split German forces and relieve the surrounded American battalions. These orders committed Third Army to offensive operations, at a moment when conventional military wisdom would have recommended defensive consolidation. But Patton argued that allowing German forces to consolidate their penetration would create a salient that would require weeks of fighting to eliminate. Better to counterattack immediately while German forces were extended, and before they could establish defensive positions in the territory they had captured. The tank battle at Doncols on January 22nd represented the most intensive armored combat Third Army experienced during the Ardennes campaign. The 10th Armored Division's Combat Command B, advancing to strike the German penetration's flank, encountered elements from the 9th SS Panzer Division in a meeting engagement where neither force had prepared positions or clear intelligence about enemy locations. The battle developed with shocking suddenness as American and German armor columns collided in wooded terrain, where visibility was limited to a few hundred yards. The fighting was close range and chaotic, with tank duels occurring at ranges of 200 to 400 yards, distances where both American Shermans and German Panthers and Panzer IVs could penetrate each other's armor. The battle lasted approximately 4 hours and resulted in the destruction of 27 German tanks and 19 American tanks before German forces withdrew, leaving the field to American forces who held their positions, but had suffered casualties that temporarily reduced the combat command's offensive capability. The encounter demonstrated that German armored forces, though outnumbered and undersupplied, could still fight effectively when tactical conditions gave them opportunities to employ their equipment and training advantages. The casualties sustained during the German counterattack and Third Army's response exceeded any previous week of Ardennes fighting. Between January 18th and January 25th, Third Army suffered 3,721 casualties, including 871 killed in action. Those losses occurred across a narrower front and shorter time frame than earlier Ardennes casualties, that creating casualty density that approached World War I intensity in some battalion sectors. Medical evacuation systems strained to handle the volume of wounded. Ambulances ran continuously between frontline aid stations and field hospitals, often under German artillery fire. Surgical teams worked without pause, triaging casualties and performing life-saving operations in facilities that lacked heat, proper lighting, and often adequate supplies. The psychological toll on medical personnel approached that experienced by combat soldiers. Surgeons and medics who treated hundreds of traumatically wounded soldiers in rapid succession suffered symptoms of combat exhaustion, even though they never fired weapons or faced direct enemy assault. German casualties during their counteroffensive were proportionally higher than American losses, and reflecting both the difficulties of offensive operations and American advantages in artillery and defensive firepower. Wehrmacht units that had attacked on January 18th were shattered formations by January 25th, having lost approximately 5,400 men killed, wounded, or captured. Tank losses were particularly severe. German forces lost 43 tanks during the week of counteroffensive operations, representing approximately 1/3 of armor committed to the attack. These losses could not be replaced. Germany's tank production was declining due to Allied bombing of industrial facilities and shortages of raw materials. Replacement crews were increasingly poorly trained as experienced tankers were killed, and training programs abbreviated to rush replacements to frontline units. The strategic calculation that had motivated the counterattack to inflict unsustainable casualties on American forces and force operational pause had failed. American forces had absorbed the attack, counterattacked effectively, and maintained their positions despite tactical setbacks. By January 25th, Third Army had restored its defensive lines and eliminated the German penetration, but the counterattack had revealed vulnerabilities in American dispositions that concerned senior commanders. The extended front that Third Army was defending, over 85 miles from Echternach to the Houffalize sector, required either additional divisions or acceptance that defensive positions would be thinly held with minimal reserves available to respond to German attacks. At Eisenhower's headquarters debated whether to provide Third Army with additional divisions or to reduce Third Army's frontage by shifting boundaries with adjacent armies. The decision was complicated by logistics constraints. Additional divisions would require additional supplies that the theater logistics system could not deliver, and by strategic considerations about whether to continue offensive operations or to consolidate defensive positions through the remainder of winter. Patton argued strenuously for continuing offensive operations, contending that pausing would allow German forces to stabilize their defenses and that momentum should be maintained. Other commanders argued that consolidation was prudent given the demonstrated German capability to mount effective counterattacks. The strategic outcome of the German counterattack was to consume the last significant mobile reserves that Wehrmacht forces in the West possessed. The 5 divisions committed to the January 18th attack had been accumulated by withdrawing units from other sectors and by stripping rear areas of security forces. There were no additional reserves available for future operations. German commanders understood that this counterattack represented their final opportunity to influence the Ardennes campaign's outcome, and when it failed, they resigned themselves to defensive operations aimed at delaying Allied advances rather than defeating them. Third Army intelligence officers, analyzing captured documents and interrogating prisoners, assessed that German forces facing Third Army would conduct only local counterattacks in the future, lacking the strength for corps-level operations like the January counteroffensive. This assessment proved accurate. German forces would fight skillfully and stubbornly in defense, but would not mount another major offensive against Third Army positions. The question that Third Army faced in late January was whether the German counterattack had been a final spasm of a dying Wehrmacht, or whether it indicated that German forces retained more combat capability than Allied intelligence had assessed. The evidence supported both interpretations. German tactical skill and soldier quality remained high, even as strategic position deteriorated and logistics collapsed. Wehrmacht units could still plan and execute complex operations when given opportunity, and German soldiers continued fighting effectively, despite knowing that strategic defeat was inevitable. Yet the counterattack had also revealed German weaknesses. Fuel shortages had limited armored operations, ammunition expenditure had exceeded sustainable rates, and casualty losses could not be replaced. Senior Allied commanders concluded that German forces would continue to be dangerous opponents in defensive operations, but lacked capability for sustained offensive action. This assessment would shape Allied planning for final operations against Germany, encouraging aggressive offensive operations based on confidence that German counterattack capability was exhausted. Whether this confidence was justified would be tested in the fighting that remained ahead. And as Third Army and other Allied forces drove toward the Rhine River and beyond into Germany's heartland, the replacement depot at Metz, France, processed individual soldiers at rates that would have seemed impossible to peacetime military planners. On January 7, 1945, the depot received 1,847 replacement soldiers, men who had completed basic training in the United States, crossed the Atlantic in troop ships, and were now being assigned to combat units suffering from weeks of attrition. The replacements range in age from 18 to 35, though the average was approximately 19 years old. Most had received 17 weeks of infantry training, though some had received abbreviated 12-week courses due to urgent requirements for replacements following the German Ardennes offensive. They carried new rifles, wore new uniforms, and possessed equipment that often showed no signs of use. Their faces showed a mixture of apprehension, determination, and naivete that veterans recognized immediately as the look of soldiers who had never experienced combat. Within days, these replacements would be distributed to Third Army divisions fighting in Belgium and Luxembourg. Within weeks, many would be casualties. The replacement system that fed individual soldiers into combat units was essential to maintaining Third Army's combat strength, but it created human costs that statistics could document but not fully convey. The bus convoy that departed Metz on January 10th carried 300 replacements destined for the 4th Infantry Division, which had suffered approximately 1,000 casualties during recent fighting and required immediate personnel reinforcements to maintain combat effectiveness. The replacements sat in uncomfortable silence during the 6-hour journey to division rear areas, each man dealing privately with fear and uncertainty about what lay ahead. They had been trained to execute tactical tasks, how to operate weapons, how to move under fire, how to dig foxholes and maintain equipment. They had not been trained for the psychological reality of combat, the sensory overload of battle, the fear that paralyzes judgment, the exhaustion that makes rational thought nearly impossible, the moral weight of killing other human beings. Upon arriving at division assembly areas, the replacements were distributed to regiments, then to battalions, then to companies based on where casualties had created gaps in unit rosters. A replacement who had trained with friends from his basic training unit typically found himself assigned alone to a company where everyone else had established relationships and shared experiences that excluded newcomers. The reception that replacements received from veteran soldiers ranged from distant courtesy to active hostility, driven by psychological mechanisms that veterans themselves often did not fully understand. Combat creates bonds between soldiers who survive shared dangers, and those bonds are strong precisely because they are forged under conditions where trust means survival and failure to trust means death. A replacement was an unknown quantity. Would he perform effectively under fire, or would he panic and endanger others? Would he learn quickly, or would his inexperience cause casualties? Veterans who had watched friends die were often unwilling to invest emotional energy in forming relationships, with replacements who statistically had high probability of becoming casualties within their first weeks of combat. The psychological defense mechanism was to treat replacements with emotional distance, to avoid learning their names until they had proven themselves capable of survival. This created brutal social dynamics where replacements felt isolated and unwelcome, which in turn made it harder for them to integrate into unit culture and learn the informal knowledge that veterans possessed about how to survive combat. The death of a replacement lieutenant on January 14 illustrated the tragedy that often resulted when inexperienced officers commanded veteran soldiers. The lieutenant had graduated from officer candidate school in November 1944 and had arrived at his rifle company on January 13th, his first combat assignment after training. On January 14th, he led a combat patrol into woods where intelligence indicated German positions. The patrol encountered German machine gun fire, and the lieutenant ordered his men to assault the position. A textbook response that reflected his training but ignored the tactical reality that frontal assault against prepared machine gun positions produces high casualties for minimal gain. Veteran soldiers in the patrol recognized this, but were trained to obey orders. And several attempted the assault. The lieutenant was killed within minutes by machine gun fire. 2 enlisted soldiers were killed, and 4 were wounded. The German position was not captured, and the patrol withdrew under covering fire from supporting units. The lieutenant's name was never learned by most of his company. He died before soldiers had opportunity to know him as anything more than the new lieutenant. His death was recorded in official casualty reports, and his family received notification, but his sacrifice achieved no tactical result, and his loss did not diminish the company's combat capability because he had never integrated sufficiently to contribute meaningfully. The replacement squad that arrived at a rifle company on January 10th consisted of 12 soldiers who had trained together and requested assignment as a unit, a practice that replacement depots sometimes accommodated to maintain morale and social cohesion. The squad was assigned to a company that had been reduced to approximately 60% of authorized strength by casualties. Within 1 week, the replacement squad had suffered 70% casualties, 8 men killed or wounded during fighting that veteran soldiers in the same company survived. The disparity in casualty rates between replacements and veterans reflected multiple factors. Replacements lacked the experiential knowledge that veterans had accumulated about how to read terrain for likely German positions, how to identify dangerous situations before they became lethal, and how to move under fire to minimize exposure. Replacements often bunched together rather than maintaining dispersion because their training emphasized staying together for mutual support, but clustering created targets for German artillery and machine guns. Replacements sometimes froze under fire because they had never experienced the sensory shock of combat and had no mental frameworks for processing the chaos. The veteran soldiers who survived alongside replacement casualties felt guilt that they had not done more to help the new men, but also recognized that replacements had to learn through experience and that veteran soldiers could not provide protection that would prevent all casualties. The statistics documenting Third Army's replacement flows during January 1945 revealed a system operating at extraordinary scale. The Third Army received 18,672 individual replacements during the month, equivalent to approximately 1.5 full divisions worth of soldiers. This flow was necessary to maintain combat strength in divisions that were suffering casualties at rates approaching 10 to 15% monthly. The replacement system meant that many Third Army companies that had begun the Ardennes campaign in December, with rosters of soldiers who knew each other and had fought together for months, ended January with rosters where 50 to 70% of soldiers had arrived within the previous 4 weeks. This constant personnel turnover degraded unit cohesion, the intangible quality that makes military units more effective than collections of individuals. Yet the alternative would have been to withdraw divisions from combat for rest and refitting, which would have reduced Third Army's combat strength below levels required to maintain offensive operations. The replacement system allowed Third Army to sustain operations at the cost of accepting reduced unit effectiveness due to integration challenges. The training that replacements received in the United States was generally competent by peacetime standards, but proved inadequate for winter combat in Europe. Basic training courses taught soldiers to march, shoot, maintain equipment, and execute small unit tactics under controlled conditions. This training created soldiers who could perform basic tasks, but lacked the nuanced understanding that combat demanded. And winter combat training was minimal or non-existent. Many replacements arrived in Europe without having trained in cold weather conditions, without having learned cold weather survival techniques, without understanding how weather affected weapons and equipment. Combat veterans from World War II would later identify replacement training inadequacy as one of the war's persistent problems, arguing that sending poorly prepared soldiers into combat was both morally questionable and tactically ineffective. Yet the training system operated under constraints, time pressure to produce replacements quickly, resource limitations that prevented extended training courses, and the reality that some combat skills could only be learned through actual combat experience regardless of training quality. The replacement casualty statistics told a grim story about the vulnerability of inexperienced soldiers. During their first 30 days in combat, replacement soldiers suffered casualty rates approximately 3 times higher than veteran soldiers in the same units and same combat situations. This disparity decreased over time as surviving replacements accumulated experience and learned survival skills. But the first month was extraordinarily dangerous for new soldiers. Some replacements adapted quickly, learning from veterans and from their own experiences to become effective combat soldiers within weeks. Others never fully adapted, remaining marginally effective soldiers whose survival was partially due to luck and partially due to their unit's efforts to protect them until they gained competence. And some replacements became casualties before they had opportunity to adapt, killed or wounded during their first combat actions before learning how to survive. The human cost of this learning curve was measured in thousands of lives lost or permanently damaged, representing one of World War II's persistent tragedies that official histories often minimize or overlook. The demographic shift that occurred within Third Army units due to replacement flows created companies and battalions where the average age dropped substantially over the course of the Ardennes campaign. In a rifle company that had averaged 25 years of age in December, with many soldiers who had fought since Normandy, averaged 21 years in late January, as casualties removed older veterans and replacements who were typically 18 or 19 years old filled the gaps. This shift toward younger soldiers had multiple effects. Younger soldiers sometimes showed more energy and less cynicism than older veterans, which could benefit morale. But younger soldiers also lacked life experience that helped older men cope with combat stress, and their youth sometimes led to reckless behavior that created unnecessary casualties. Company commanders and platoon leaders found themselves managing soldiers who in civilian life would still be teenagers, asking these soldiers to make life and death decisions under conditions of extreme stress. The burden of command included not just tactical responsibility, but also a moral weight of sending young men into situations where many would die before reaching their 20th birthdays. The long-term implications of the replacement system extended well beyond the immediate battlefield into post-war consequences that affected thousands of soldiers and families. Many replacements who survived combat carried psychological scars from their experiences that would affect them for decades. The social isolation they experienced as replacements, the rapid trauma of entering combat with minimal preparation, and the loss of friends who became casualties within days of forming bonds created psychological damage that post-war America was poorly equipped to address. Many replacement soldiers struggled with guilt about surviving when friends died, or struggled with the memory of the combat experiences they were never able to process adequately. The replacement system had sustained Third Army's combat operations and had enabled the military victories that ended World War II. But it had done so by using individual soldiers as interchangeable parts in a military machine that consumed them at rates that peacetime society would find morally intolerable. The shadow army of replacements who kept Third Army's units at combat strength paid a price that official histories rarely acknowledge, and that the soldiers themselves often could not articulate even decades later when they tried to explain their wartime experiences to families who had never known combat. The afternoon of January 28, 1945, brought Third Army patrols to their first direct encounter with Germany's Siegfried Line. The defensive fortifications that German propaganda had claimed made the Reich impregnable to invasion. Near the Luxembourg German border town of Echternach, reconnaissance soldiers from the 90th Infantry Division approached concrete structures that rose from snow-covered hillsides like monuments to military engineering. These were not field fortifications hastily constructed during retreat, but permanent installations built over years, designed by military engineers who had studied the lessons of World War I's trench warfare and applied modern materials and construction techniques. The fortifications included massive concrete bunkers with walls 6 to 8 feet thick, reinforced with steel and positioned to provide interlocking fields of fire. Anti-tank obstacles called Dragon's Teeth, pyramidal concrete blocks 3 to 5 feet tall, extended across open ground in multiple rows, designed to channel attacking armor into kill zones, where bunker-mounted guns could destroy vehicles. Minefields covered approaches to the fortifications. The Siegfried Line extended for over 390 miles along Germany's western border, and Third Army now faced the prospect of breaching these defenses, while German forces fought not just to defend positions, but to defend their homeland. The strategic significance of reaching the Siegfried Line marked a psychological watershed as much as a tactical milestone. For American soldiers who had fought across France and Belgium, entering German territory meant approaching the war's conclusion. The enemy was being pushed back to his own soil, and final victory seemed achievable, if still distant. For German defenders, the Siegfried Line represented the last prepared defensive positions before fighting would occur in German towns and cities, where civilian populations would be endangered. Wehrmacht morale, which had deteriorated during the retreats of January, stiffened noticeably as German units took positions in the Siegfried fortifications. Prisoners interrogated by American intelligence officers stated that German soldiers who had been willing to surrender when fighting in France or Belgium were determined to resist when defending Germany itself. The tactical implication was that Third Army faced the most difficult fighting of the Ardennes campaign, against an enemy with improved morale fighting from superior defensive positions. The 94th Infantry Division received the mission of conducting Third Army's first assault against Siegfried Line fortifications, attacking in the Orschold Switch sector, a particularly heavily fortified area where German engineers had positioned over 300 bunkers covering approximately 6 square miles. The division commander, Major General Harry Maloney, recognized that conventional infantry tactics would produce catastrophic casualties against these defenses. Frontal assault would allow German machine guns and anti-tank weapons to engage attacking forces across open ground where American troops would have minimal cover. Artillery bombardment could suppress, but not destroy, concrete fortifications designed to withstand heavy shells. Bull airstrikes were of limited value against hardened targets, and weather conditions often prevented air operations. What was required was a methodical approach combining engineering expertise, specialized weapons, and tactical patience that contrasted sharply with the aggressive tactics that had characterized Third Army's earlier operations. The assault methodology that emerged from planning sessions between infantry, armor, and engineer officers became known as blowtorch and corkscrew, a procedure that combined flamethrowers, demolition charges, and close infantry assault. The process began with reconnaissance to identify bunker positions and fields of fire. Artillery would then conduct suppressive fire against observation posts and supporting positions, attempting to blind defenders and disrupt communications. Infantry would advance under cover of artillery to positions close to bunker entrances, typically within 50 to 100 yards. Engineers carrying satchel charges, canvas bags containing 40 pounds of explosives, would approach bunkers under covering fire from infantry and armor. Flamethrowers, weapons that projected burning fuel up to 40 yards, would be employed against bunker firing slits to force defenders away from weapons. Satchel charges would be placed against bunker doors or ventilation shafts and detonated, either destroying the bunker entrance or creating enough blast effect to kill or stun defenders inside. Infantry would then assault the bunker, clearing it with grenades and small arms fire. The process was dangerous, time-consuming, and required coordination between multiple unit types under fire. The first major Siegfried Line assault began on February 2nd, with artillery preparation that was intense but brief. Patton wanted shock rather than prolonged bombardment that would alert German reserves. At 0700 hours, infantry and engineer teams advanced toward bunker complexes in the Ohrscholz Switch. The fighting that developed was unlike any Third Army units had experienced previously. Each bunker required individual reduction using the blowtorch and corkscrew method, and German defenders fought with determination that reflected both professional competence and desperation. In one documented engagement, an engineer sergeant named John Wilson approached a bunker entrance carrying a 40-pound satchel charge while under machine gun fire from adjacent bunkers. Wilson reached the bunker door, placed his charge on, and took cover. The explosion destroyed the bunker door and killed or wounded the German defenders inside, allowing infantry to clear the position. Wilson survived this action but was killed 3 days later during an assault on another bunker complex. His posthumous Distinguished Service Cross citation documented bravery that was replicated hundreds of times by engineers and infantry soldiers during the Siegfried Line fighting. The engineering achievement required to breach the Siegfried Line was as significant as the tactical success in defeating German defenders. The 11th Armored Division's Engineer Battalion cleared a 40-mile breach through Siegfried fortifications in 6 days of continuous operations, removing or destroying obstacles that German engineers had spent years installing. Its dragon's teeth were destroyed using explosives or bypassed by bulldozing paths through them. Engineers discovered that explosives could crack the concrete blocks enough to allow bulldozers to push them aside. Minefields were cleared using traditional methods, soldiers probing ground with bayonets to locate mines, then carefully removing or destroying them, and newer techniques involving tanks equipped with flail devices that detonated mines through ground impact. Anti-tank ditches were filled using bulldozers, pushing dirt into the ditches until vehicles could cross. Wire obstacles were cut or blown using Bangalore torpedoes, explosive charges on poles that could be pushed under wire and detonated. The cumulative effort represented extraordinary engineering under combat conditions. With engineer units working under German artillery fire and small arms fire to clear paths for follow-on forces. The casualties sustained during Siegfried Line fighting were heavy but less catastrophic than might have been expected, given the strength of German defenses. Between February 1st and February 22nd, Third Army suffered 7,214 casualties, including 1,803 killed. These losses reflected both the intensity of combat against fortified positions and the effectiveness of tactics developed through hard experience. The casualty rate per mile of advance was actually lower than during earlier Ardennes fighting because methodical assault techniques, while time-consuming, reduced exposure to defensive fire compared to more aggressive tactics. German casualties during the same period are estimated at approximately 12,000, including large numbers of prisoners taken when bunker complexes were overrun and defenders had no retreat routes. The casualty exchange ratio favored American forces more dramatically than during earlier fighting, reflecting American advantages in artillery support, air support when weather permitted, and superior logistics that kept attacking forces supplied with ammunition and equipment. The rate of advance through Siegfried Line positions averaged 2.3 miles per day, substantially better than advance rates during earlier Ardennes, fighting despite the presence of fortifications. This achievement reflected tactical evolution, improved coordination between combat arms, and German defensive weaknesses that became apparent during sustained combat. Siegfried Line bunkers were positioned to defend against attacks from the west, and once American forces penetrated the first line of fortifications, subsequent bunker lines could sometimes be attacked from flanks or rear where defenses were weaker. German forces defending the Siegfried Line suffered from the same logistics problems that had plagued Wehrmacht operations throughout the Ardennes campaign. Ammunition shortages forced rationing, fuel shortages limited mobility of reserves, and food shortages affected soldier morale. American forces could employ overwhelming firepower when necessary, because logistics systems, despite strain, delivered adequate supplies to forward units. The material imbalance between forces became decisive in attritional fighting, where both sides were willing to accept casualties, but only one side could sustain combat indefinitely. The breakthrough achieved by mid-February positioned Third Army less than 50 miles from the Rhine River, the last major geographical barrier protecting Germany's industrial heartland. The Siegfried Line had been portrayed in German propaganda as an impenetrable defensive system, and its breach represented both a military achievement and a psychological blow to German morale. Patton's forces had demonstrated that even massive fortifications could be overcome through combination of tactical skill, engineering expertise, and willingness to accept casualties necessary for decisive action. The success validated Allied strategy of maintaining offensive pressure through winter rather than pausing for spring, and it demonstrated American military competence in types of fighting, deliberate assault on fortified positions that had traditionally been considered specialties of European armies with longer military traditions. Third Army had evolved from the mobile force that had raced across France in summer 1944 to a more versatile force capable of executing both rapid exploitation and methodical assault against prepared defenses. The comparison between Third Army's Siegfried Line performance and other Allied efforts against comparable German fortifications revealed the effectiveness of Third Army's tactical evolution. Canadian and British forces attacking Siegfried Line positions in the northern sector required 8 weeks to achieve penetrations, comparable to what Third Army accomplished in 3 weeks. This was not due to inferior British or Canadian soldiers, but reflected different tactical approaches and different levels of aggressiveness in accepting casualties for rapid advance. Montgomery's forces employed more deliberate methods emphasizing preparation and overwhelming firepower, which reduced casualty rates but extended timelines. Patton's forces accepted higher casualty rates in exchange for maintaining momentum that prevented German forces from stabilizing defensive positions. And neither approach was objectively superior. Both achieved their objectives within acceptable cost parameters. But the comparison illustrated how operational philosophy influenced tactical execution and strategic outcomes. The soldiers who fought through the Siegfried Line carried memories of that fighting for the rest of their lives. For many, the bunker assaults represented the most intense combat they experienced during the war, fighting at ranges measured in yards against an enemy who could not retreat and would not surrender until physically unable to resist. The claustrophobic terror of clearing fortifications in darkness, the delayed fuse horror of knowing that the next bunker might contain the bullet or blast that would kill you, and the moral weight of killing enemies at close range where their humanity was undeniable. These experiences mark soldiers in ways that would surface decades later, in nightmares and in reluctance to discuss their wartime service. Yet the same soldiers also felt pride in having accomplished something that had been declared impossible, in having overcome fortifications that were supposed to stop Allied advances, in having contributed to breaking German defensive capacity in ways that brought final victory measurably closer. The complexity of combat experience, simultaneously terrible and meaningful, traumatic and purposeful, defied simple narratives of heroism or victimhood, and left veterans struggling to reconcile their memories with civilian society's expectations about what war meant. The strategic situation on February 22nd, at 1945, showed Third Army positioned in Germany proper, with the Rhine River visible on maps as the next major objective. The Siegfried Line, which Hitler had claimed would never be breached, had been penetrated across a front of over 40 miles. German forces in the Saar-Palatinate region were conducting fighting withdrawals, attempting to delay American advances, but lacking strength to conduct sustained defense. Allied air superiority was overwhelming when weather permitted flights. German aircraft were rarely seen, and Allied fighter bombers operated over battlefield with near impunity. The material balance had shifted so decisively in Allied favor that German strategic defeat was inevitable barring political intervention that no serious observer expected. Yet the war continued, consuming lives daily. because German command structure would not authorize surrender, and because Allied strategic planning demanded unconditional capitulation rather than negotiated settlement. Third Army's Siegfried Line breakthrough had achieved tactical and operational success, but the strategic question of how and when the war would end remained unanswered. The final drive had reached Germany's borders and penetrated her fixed defenses, but the path from February positions to final victory would require additional months of fighting and thousands more casualties before peace finally came to Europe. The cable that General Dwight Eisenhower sent to Army Chief of Staff George Marshall on March 1, 1945, contained an assessment of Third Army's Ardennes performance that would influence historical interpretation for decades afterward. And Eisenhower wrote that Patton's rapid reorientation and counterattack had saved the Ardennes campaign by preventing German forces from exploiting their initial breakthrough and by forcing Wehrmacht commanders to divert reserves from the northern offensive that threatened Allied strategic positions. The Supreme Commander acknowledged that other factors had contributed to containing the German offensive: First Army's stubborn defensive fighting, reinforcements rushed forward from other sectors, and German logistics failures that starved their advance of fuel. Yet Eisenhower's assessment credited Third Army with providing the critical counteroffensive that transformed a defensive crisis into an opportunity to destroy German combat power through aggressive action. The cable was classified and not intended for public release, which gave its assessments credibility that public statements designed for morale purposes often lacked. Eisenhower was writing for an audience of senior military professionals, and his judgment that Third Army had performed the pivotal role in Allied response to the Ardennes offensive represented considered strategic analysis rather than political positioning. The numbers that quantified Third Army's Ardennes achievement were extraordinary even by World War II standards where scale of operations often numbed comprehension. Third Army had pivoted 133,178 soldiers approximately 100 miles in 48 hours, a movement that military planners had initially dismissed as impossible. The Army had relieved Bastogne within 5 days of beginning its attack, maintaining a timeline that Patton had promised at Verdun, despite skepticism from other commanders. Third Army had sustained offensive operations for 74 consecutive days from December 22nd through March 5th without operational pause, fighting through winter conditions that had halted previous campaigns. The cumulative advance exceeded 60 miles from Third Army's starting positions to the breaching of Siegfried Line fortifications, across terrain and weather conditions that favored defenders and against an enemy that fought skillfully despite strategic hopelessness. These achievements represented not isolated successes, but sustained operational excellence across multiple weeks under conditions that tested every aspect of military capability. The human cost of Third Army's Ardennes operations appeared in casualty statistics that documented the price of aggressive tactics and extended operations. Between December 16th, 1944, and February 28th, 1945, Third Army sustained 50,277 casualties. This total included 14,609 soldiers killed in action, 31,412 wounded, and 4,256 missing, presumed captured or killed, but not recovered. Additionally, Third Army medical units treated over 12,000 cold weather casualties, including frostbite, exposure, and trench foot, though these injuries appeared in medical statistics rather than combat casualty reports. The casualty figures represented approximately 15% of Third Army's average strength during the period, a loss rate that would have crippled armies with less effective replacement systems or lower soldier morale. The distribution of casualties was not uniform. Some divisions lost over 30% of their strength, while others sustained lighter losses depending on tactical assignments and duration of combat operations. The German losses attributed to Third Army operations were substantially higher than American casualties, though precise figures remain disputed among historians due to incomplete German records and uncertainty about what constitutes attributed to Third Army versus losses from other causes. Its conservative estimates place German casualties and forces opposing Third Army at approximately 98,000 killed, wounded, or captured during the December through February period. German equipment losses were catastrophic. Over 700 tanks and self-propelled guns destroyed or captured, over 1,400 artillery pieces lost, and thousands of trucks and other vehicles destroyed or abandoned when fuel shortages made recovery impossible. These material losses could not be replaced given Germany's collapsing industrial capacity and Allied bombing of transportation networks that prevented equipment distribution even when production continued. The casualty exchange ratio, approximately 2 German casualties for each American casualty, favored Allied forces and reflected American advantages in artillery, air support, and logistics that allowed sustained operations while German forces fought with diminishing resources. The strategic impact of Third Army's Ardennes performance extended beyond immediate battlefield results to influence the broader trajectory of World War II's conclusion. The German Ardennes offensive had committed Wehrmacht's last significant mobile reserves and accumulated fuel stocks to an operation that Third Army's counterattack helped defeat decisively. German forces that might have been used to defend against Soviet winter offensives on the Eastern Front or to oppose Allied crossings of the Rhine River had instead been consumed in the Ardennes fighting. It's the strategic calculation that had motivated Hitler's decision to attack in the Ardennes, forcing a negotiated peace in the West that would allow concentration against the Soviet Union, had failed catastrophically, and Third Army's performance was central to that failure. By demonstrating American capability for rapid operational response and sustained winter offensive operations, Third Army had invalidated German assumptions about Allied military limitations and had convinced Wehrmacht commanders that further resistance would only delay inevitable defeat while consuming additional German lives. The comparison between Third Army's performance and that of other Allied armies during equivalent periods revealed both Third Army's achievements and the costs associated with Patton's aggressive operational philosophy. First Army, which had absorbed the initial German assault and conducted primarily defensive operations during late December, suffered approximately 47,000 casualties between December 16th and February 28th. Slightly fewer than Third Army, despite engaging larger German forces during the initial offensive phase. British and Canadian forces, which conducted limited offensive operations during the same period, suffered approximately 18,000 casualties. Third Army's casualty rate was higher than any other Allied army in Northwest Europe during winter, 1944 through 45, reflecting Patton's willingness to accept losses in pursuit of operational objectives. The strategic judgment about whether this approach was justified depends on how one weighs rapid operational success against human costs, a calculation that involves values as much as military analysis, and about which reasonable observers can disagree. The operational excellence that Third Army demonstrated during the Ardennes campaign became template for future American military doctrine regarding rapid deployment and offensive operations. The procedures developed for moving entire armies quickly, for coordinating logistics to support mobile operations, for integrating combined arms teams at battalion and company level, and for maintaining offensive momentum through systematic tactical adaptation. All of these became subjects of study in post-war military education and influenced Army doctrinal development through the Korean War, its Vietnam War, and beyond. The specific tactics evolved as technology changed, but the underlying principles that Third Army exemplified, aggressiveness in execution, flexibility in planning, acceptance of calculated risk, and emphasis on speed and momentum, remain central to American military culture. Senior officers who had served in Third Army during World War II carried those lessons into subsequent conflicts and into the military institutions where they served as teachers and leaders. Patton's own assessment of Third Army's Ardennes performance, documented in diary entries and in post-war statements before his death in December 1945, mixed pride in accomplishment with regret about costs and frustration about constraints. He believed Third Army had achieved objectives that others had declared impossible, and had done so despite inadequate logistics support and constant interference from higher headquarters. He acknowledged that casualties had been high, but argued they were justified by strategic results achieved. His frustration centered on his conviction that Third Army could have accomplished more, could have trapped larger German forces, could have advanced farther, could have shortened the war, if given adequate supplies and freedom of action. Whether these beliefs were accurate or represented characteristic Patton overconfidence is debatable, but they reflected his consistent operational philosophy, that aggressive action achieved results that defensive caution could never match. The historical assessment of Patton's Ardennes leadership continues to generate debate, with some historians crediting him with operational brilliance, and others arguing that his aggressiveness produced unnecessary casualties. But few dispute that Third Army's performance was remarkable by any objective standard. The perspective that German commanders offered on Third Army's Ardennes performance, documented in post-war interrogations and memoirs, provided insight into how opponents viewed American military capability. German General Alfred Jodl, chief of the Wehrmacht operations staff, who signed Germany's surrender document in May 1945, stated during interrogation that Third Army had been the most dangerous opponent Wehrmacht forces faced in the West during 1944 and 45. German field commanders who had fought against Third Army consistently praised American logistics, artillery effectiveness, and tactical adaptability, while criticizing what they saw as predictable American tactics and over-reliance on material superiority. The German assessment suggested respect for Third Army's operational capability, while maintaining professional distance that allowed Wehrmacht officers to preserve their self-image as superior tacticians, defeated primarily by numerical and material disadvantages rather than by opponent skill. Historical analysis suggests the truth was more complex. Third Army possessed both material advantages and tactical proficiency, and its success resulted from effectively employing superior resources rather than from resources alone. The long-term consequences of Third Army's Ardennes operations extended beyond immediate military results to influence post-war geopolitics and the shape of occupied Europe. Third Army's rapid advance positioned American forces deeper into Germany by war's end, than they would have reached if the Ardennes campaign had developed differently, which influenced occupation zone boundaries and the Iron Curtain's eventual location. The demonstration of American military competence affected Soviet calculations about Western Allied capabilities and may have influenced Stalin's post-war diplomacy. The experience of winter offensive operations provided American military leadership with confidence in conducting operations under adverse conditions, which influenced subsequent strategic planning during the early Cold War. These longer-term effects are difficult to quantify precisely, but they illustrate how operational-level military success can have strategic consequences that extend far beyond immediate battlefield results. The final assessment of what Third Army achieved during the Ardennes campaign must balance multiple factors: tactical success against human cost, strategic achievement against suffering inflicted and endured, operational excellence against the moral weight of war itself. Third Army accomplished missions that senior Allied commanders considered critical to preventing strategic disaster. It did so through combination of exceptional planning, aggressive execution, soldier courage, and willingness to accept casualties that would be considered intolerable in contemporary American military operations. The achievement was real and significant, shaping World War II's conclusion and influencing military history for decades afterward. The cost was also real: over 50,000 American casualties, thousands of German soldiers killed, and incalculable suffering among soldiers and civilians affected by operations. Both the achievement and the cost are part of Third Army's Ardennes legacy, and understanding that legacy requires acknowledging both dimensions rather than privileging one over the other. What Third Army achieved was extraordinary. What it cost was also extraordinary. Both truths deserve recognition in any honest reckoning of those terrible winter weeks, when an army moved faster than anyone thought possible and fought harder than anyone wanted to imagine necessary. The morning of May 8, 1945, Orr brought news of Germany's unconditional surrender to Third Army soldiers who had fought across France, Luxembourg, Belgium, and deep into German territory during 11 months of nearly continuous combat. Units that had relieved Bastogne in December were now positioned hundreds of miles east near the Czech border, having advanced through the Siegfried Line, across the Rhine River, through Bavaria, and into regions where combat had finally ceased, not because German forces were defeated locally, but because the German state had ceased to exist as a functioning entity. The soldiers who heard surrender announcements reacted with emotions ranging from jubilation to exhaustion to numbness. Many could not immediately process that the danger had ended, that they would not face combat again, that survival was no longer uncertain. For soldiers who had fought through the Ardennes winter, Victory in Europe Day marked an ending that had seemed impossibly distant during December's frozen battles. Yet the ending brought its own complications: survivor's guilt for men who lived while friends died, uncertainty about what peacetime would mean for soldiers who had defined themselves through combat, and the beginning of a lifelong process of trying to understand and integrate wartime experiences that defied easy explanation. The first anniversary commemoration of Bastogne's relief occurred on December 26, 1946, when Belgian citizens gathered to honor American soldiers who had fought to liberate their town. Approximately 300 American veterans returned to Bastogne for the ceremony, and traveling from the United States at their own expense to participate in events that mix celebration with solemnity. The contrast between December 1944 and December 1946 was stark. The ruined town had been substantially rebuilt, civilian life had resumed, and the physical evidence of combat had been cleared away. Yet for the veterans who walked streets they had fought through, the memories remained vivid and sometimes overwhelming. Several veterans reported experiencing what later generations would recognize as post-traumatic stress responses: anxiety attacks, difficulty sleeping, intrusive memories triggered by sensory experiences that recalled combat. Thus, the commemoration established a pattern that would continue for decades, annual ceremonies at Bastogne, where aging veterans would gather to remember fallen comrades, to maintain connection with others who shared experiences that outsiders could never fully understand, and to honor sacrifices that had purchased freedom for people they had never known. The career of General Crichton Abrams illustrated how Third Army's Ardennes experience shaped subsequent American military leadership. Abrams, who had commanded the tank battalion that broke through to Bastogne, rose through military ranks during the post-war decades to become Army Chief of Staff in 1972. In that position, he oversaw reforms that fundamentally restructured the Army following Vietnam War, then implementing changes that reflected lessons he had learned during World War II combat. Abrams emphasized combined arms integration, logistics sustainability, and the importance of maintaining offensive momentum, all principles that Third Army had demonstrated during the Ardennes campaign. The M1 Abrams tank, which became the U.S. Army's main battle tank in the 1980s and remains in service today, was named to honor Crichton Abrams and to symbolize the armored force tradition he represented. The influence of Third Army veterans extended beyond Abrams to dozens of other officers who had served in junior leadership positions during the Ardennes fighting, and who carried those experiences into senior positions during the Cold War, Korean War, and Vietnam War. The institutional legacy that Third Army's Ardennes performance established centered on the concept of rapid deployment and sustained offensive operations that became central to U.S. military doctrine. The procedures developed for moving entire armies quickly, for supporting mobile operations through extended supply lines, and for maintaining operational tempo despite adverse conditions influenced Army planning for subsequent conflicts. During the Korean War, military operations that required rapid redeployment explicitly referenced Third Army's Ardennes pivot as demonstrating feasibility. During the Gulf War in 1991, operational planning for rapid armor advances through Iraqi positions drew on studies of Third Army's exploitation operations. The specific tactics evolved with technology, but the operational concepts that Third Army had demonstrated, that armies could move and fight faster than conventional planning assumed, that aggressive offensive action could achieve results that defensive operations could not, remained influential in American military thinking. The human cost reconciliation that Ardennes veterans attempted throughout their post-war lives proved difficult and often incomplete. The 50,277 casualties that Third Army had sustained included over 14,000 soldiers who never returned home, whose families received folded flags and posthumous medals, but whose losses could never be repaired. Every casualty represented a family permanently changed. Parents who lost sons, wives who lost husbands, children who would grow up without fathers. And the statistics that military historians cite represent aggregations of individual tragedies that extended across generations. Many veterans struggled with survivors' guilt, questioning why they had lived when friends with equal courage and skill had died. Some veterans coped through silence, refusing to discuss their wartime experiences and attempting to suppress memories that proved impossible to fully control. Others coped through connection with fellow veterans, maintaining relationships that allowed them to share experiences with people who understood. Some veterans required decades before they could begin processing combat trauma, only confronting their experiences when retirement or other life changes created space for reflection that active careers had not permitted. The Belgian-American bond forged during Bastogne's siege, and Relief created relationships that persisted across generations. Belgian families adopted graves of American soldiers who had died liberating their region, maintaining those graves with flowers and care that honored sacrifices made by strangers. Belgian children learned in schools about the Americans who had fought in the Ardennes, ensuring that memory of liberation was transmitted to generations born long after the war. American veterans visiting Bastogne decades after combat were frequently approached by Belgian citizens offering gratitude and hospitality, creating experiences that veterans found simultaneously moving and difficult. The gratitude affirmed that their sacrifices had meaning, but it also brought memories of friends who had not survived to receive such recognition. The relationship between Bastogne and American veterans became a living memorial more powerful than any monument, demonstrating how historical events create human connections that transcend time and national boundaries. The documentary records that preserved Third Army's Ardennes operations, over 127,000 pages of reports, orders, maps, and supporting documents, became foundation for historical scholarship that has continued for 8 decades. Historians analyzing these records have debated questions about operational decisions, casualty figures, and the effectiveness of various tactics, producing scholarship that has refined understanding, while also revealing how difficult it is to establish definitive historical truth about complex military operations. The records documented what happened with reasonable accuracy, but they could not fully capture why events unfolded as they did, or what experiences meant to participants. The gap between what records documented and what veterans remembered sometimes created tensions. Veterans insisted that their memories provided truth that official records missed, while historians argued that memory is unreliable and documentation provides more objective evidence. The reality was that both sources offered partial truths, and comprehensive understanding required integrating documentary evidence with veteran testimony while acknowledging that some aspects of historical experience remain fundamentally unknowable. The death of General George Patton on December 21st, in 1945, 1 year and 1 day after his promise at Verdun to attack within 72 hours, deprived Third Army veterans of the commander who had shaped their wartime experience. Patton died from injuries sustained in an automobile accident near Mannheim, Germany, never returning to the United States to participate in victory celebrations or to witness the post-war world his military victories had helped create. His death at age 60, while tragic, perhaps spared him from witnessing how quickly wartime achievements faded from public consciousness as America turned attention to peacetime concerns. Patton's legacy remained controversial, admired by those who valued aggressive leadership and criticized by those who believed his tactics produced unnecessary casualties. Third Army veterans generally revered Patton, crediting him with leadership that had achieved victories and ended the war more quickly than defensive approaches could have managed. The debate about Patton's leadership continues among historians and military professionals, reflecting broader questions about how to balance aggressive action against human cost, questions that remain relevant wherever military force is employed. The final surviving Third Army Ardennes veterans, now in their late 90s or having recently passed, represented living connection to events that are increasingly distant from contemporary experience. As these veterans died, they took with them memories and perspectives that no historical document could fully preserve: the sensory experiences of combat, the emotional complexity of surviving while friends died, the moral weight of having participated in large-scale violence regardless of cause. The passing of the last veterans marked transition from living memory to historical memory, from events that some people experienced directly to events that everyone knows only through mediated sources like documents, photographs, and secondhand accounts. This transition occurs with every historical event as participants age and die, but it carries particular significance for World War II because that conflict's scale and consequences shaped the modern world in ways that remain visible today. The preservation of memory through annual commemorations, museums, educational programs, and historical scholarship represents effort to maintain connection with events and sacrifices that contemporary generations did not experience but from which they benefit. The Battle of the Bulge memorials in Belgium and Luxembourg attract hundreds of thousands of visitors annually, many of whom have no personal connection to the battle, but who seek to understand this period of history. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans includes exhibits on Third Army's Ardennes operations, using artifacts, documents, and veteran testimony to convey both operational facts and human experiences. Educational programs bring students to Ardennes battlefield sites, attempting to make abstract historical knowledge more concrete through connection with physical locations where events occurred. These preservation efforts serve multiple purposes: honoring veterans and casualties, educating subsequent generations about historical events, and maintaining awareness of war's costs and consequences. The enduring questions that Third Army's Ardennes campaign raises extend beyond historical scholarship to fundamental issues about war, sacrifice, and moral responsibility. Was the aggressive approach that produced rapid operational success, but high casualties more justified than more cautious approaches that might have saved lives but extended timelines? How should societies balance honoring military service against acknowledging war's terrible costs? What obligations do later generations have to remember sacrifices made by people they never knew for causes whose relevance has faded with time? These questions have no definitive answers, but Third Army's Ardennes experience provides case study that illuminates how complex and morally ambiguous military operations are. And even when fighting in cause, defeating Nazi Germany, that history judges as clearly just. The campaign demonstrated extraordinary human capability for courage, endurance, and achievement under extreme conditions. It also demonstrated extraordinary human capacity for inflicting and enduring suffering. Both truths coexist in Third Army's legacy. The final assessment, offered 80 years after events, must acknowledge both achievement and cost without privileging one dimension over the other. Third Army's Relief of Bastogne and defeat of the German Ardennes offensive represented military success that contributed significantly to ending World War II and defeating Nazi Germany, outcomes that prevented further Holocaust atrocities and established conditions for democratic governance in Western Europe. And this achievement came through sacrifice by over 50,000 Third Army casualties and tens of thousands of German casualties, most of whom were young men whose deaths represented destroyed potential and permanent loss to their families and communities. The soldiers who fought accomplished extraordinary things and paid terrible prices. Their legacy includes both the freedom that their victories secured and the suffering that their sacrifices entailed. Remembering Third Army's Ardennes campaign honestly requires holding both dimensions in mind, celebrating achievement while mourning cost, honoring courage while acknowledging tragedy, maintaining memory while recognizing that those who were there carried burdens that those who were not can never fully understand. The long echo of those frozen December days in 1944 continues to resonate because what happened there illuminated fundamental truths about human capability for both greatness and suffering, and those truths remain relevant wherever and whenever people confront extreme challenges that test the limits of what humans can endure and what they can achieve.